For the 2021-2022 audit plan, we have the audit of the new construction process for Legacy at Alazon, that the auditor has completed the draft report and it's pending management responses at this time. We also had completed the draft final report for the audit and of redevelopment and modernization process for Victoria Plaza. That final draft, or the draft final report, is pending review and approvals that are to be finalized. For the 2022-2023 audit plan, the compliance audits are the focus on permanent documents, rent determination, and calculations. I think we're on the wrong slide there. I'm sorry. I think we need to go back one more. Okay, we're doing the wait list. Okay, so the audit of the assisted housing wait list eligibility and admissions processes. The audit was kicked off on September 22nd, 2022, and fieldwork is currently underway. Internal audit is reviewing the wait list process for the most current wait list that opened on July 2022, or in July 2022, and will review the eligibility and admissions process through the sample of the September 2021 wait list. The sample size will be 50 applicants approved for a voucher and 15 applicants who were denied. Audit is also working with, we're working on a review for equity, diversity, and inclusion, and we're working with policy and planning and the director of EDI to audit that wait list as well.
Allison,
Yes,
is
sir.
this the first audit you've done with a focus on equity, an equity audit?
I believe so, yes. It's going well. The next status update is the 2022-2023 audit plan for the compliance audit focus on permanent documents, rent determination, and calculation. For the assisted housing programs, this is an ongoing audit. Files are reviewed. They're all digital. However, there are some physical files that are reviewed for permanent documentation if the digital file is a recertification and interim recertification. The completed review of 260 digital files and 106 physical files was from July 1st, 2022 to October 31st, 2022. Any questions? Okay. For public housing, 10% of occupied units is what we audit, with no less than 5 files reviewed per community. All files are physical. Follow-up on corrections is digitally reviewed. We have completed 20 public housing communities for a total of 236 files, and 6 mixed income communities for a total of 60 files during the quarter. For Beacon communities, 10% of occupied units are audited with no less than 5 files reviewed per community. We've completed 5 Beacon communities for a total of 82 files during this quarter. For our action items, yes, ma'am.
When you audit those files, what are you looking for? What are the kinds of things that you look for? I'll just turn it off. Go ahead, Nancy.
So we are looking to ensure that our staff follows procedures. Everyone is we're looking for to make sure currently that, we have the sex offender, we're reviewing that. Go ahead.
So yes, we're making sure that all of the HUD policies and procedures, the guidelines are followed as far as criminal history, background, and then where we're really focused on is rent determination and rent calculation. So we want to make sure that the correct income has been picked up, that they're accurately doing the right adjustments that are, for that particular individual based on whatever the deductions are, and utility allowances are correct, bedroom size is correct, if it's a voucher, that the voucher size is correct. So we look at the permanent documents, the things that create the financial piece, the rent component, and ensure that our residents are paying their correct amount of rent. And in cases, and those are the ones that we follow up on within 30 days. So if a tenant is not paying their portion of rent, the correct portion, or if they're overpaying, especially if they're overpaying, we want to make sure that those get corrected immediately. And so that's that digital review follow-up that we do. So we can go back into the system to make sure that that correction is applied.
And do we always take our tenant's word for what?
Bank account statements, they check anything else, they, like if you're getting from the VA, you have to bring a letter for that, and they can also check through the IRS system to see if you're receiving,
So
if you have a
access.
job, so.
Okay, so you have access to that. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Gilbert.
Thank you. Moving on to action items. There are currently 13 open action items. One of the 13 is pending resident leadership coordinator determination of the next steps for the distribution of tenant participation funds. And then 12 are pending the release of approved standard operating procedures to the staff.
Quick question on this list. Do we feel confident that these will be resolved by the time that we committed to?
Yes, ma'am. The 12 SOPs are committed for November 30th, and I did follow up with them last week. They are in process.
And the leadership coordinator?
Yes, we have ongoing meetings. I just met with them last week as well. So we're trying to determine how we're going to distribute those funds to the tenant.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to third-party audits. The Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act compliance review. HUD did review our compliance, our CARES Act, and the results were no findings, no observations, and no recommendations.
Great.
I'm sorry? No, they didn't have any findings for our act that we put together for the Coronavirus Relief Act.
So essentially, that's a good thing, right?
Yes, very good thing.
Yeah.
We're prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tenant we have?
For the CARES Act review, so that was
The COVID thing.
Oh, yes, for the COVID. So yes, that was a review of the funds that they provided to us to ensure that they were spent in accordance
the
with.
money.
Yes.
Money part.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions?
I just have a question on the spreadsheet. And this is a teach me one. I'm assuming this is because of the fiscal years. Looking at the original estimated completion date and the revised estimated completion date, and some of them originating in 2019 or 2021, and then being revised to 2022. Can you just share a little bit about that?
Absolutely. I'm going to step in. Allison is our brand new director for internal audit, so she's still learning. I was the previous internal audit director, and so I'm happy to have her on board, and she is learning very quickly, so I'm excited about that. But in regards to your question, with the tenant participation funds, what happened with this particular situation was that the way we were handling resident councils has changed, and the way we're looking at working with our resident councils has changed. changed, and that has been an ongoing process. The last update that had been provided to the board was that they were pending hiring a resident leadership coordinator, which did happen, but that in itself did not solve the issue, right? So there were more steps that needed to be taken. And so that is the same for the additional observations and findings that are relying on the SOP. So the SOP has been drafted. However, in looking at how things are changing and this, kind of environment that we're in, we're not only wanting the SOP to be drafted and approved and released, but that the training also happen in coordination with that, again, to make sure that all staff are aware of the changes, that they're in line with the SOP. And so that's where we work very closely with management to say, well, it's not just enough that you have documented something or drafted something, it's that then when is it being released? When is it going to go into place? And so that's what we're waiting for.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to mention that internal audit and also Ayana in HR now report directly to Muriel. And Muriel is a certified internal auditor, a CPA, a certified IT auditor, and several other things. And the way, when Muriel came to Opportunity Home, she actually created the internal audit department function.
Oh,
And
great.
And the internal audit is one of those checks and balances.
Yes.
If I ever did anything, internal audit has a responsibility to come directly to the board.
Yes.
So they don't report to me, they report to the board and to Muriel.
Thank you so much for that context. Thank you to the team as well. I mean, one thing that stood out of the report was the minimum requirement and what the team actually completed. And in every case, I saw just over exceeding. So I appreciate we're checking, we're double checking. We really want to make sure that the results of this audit can be informative and that we can leverage them to continue managing. So thank you so much. Any other comments or questions?
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Allison. Great job.
Good job.
We'll move on to item number 4, update and discussion regarding the quarterly financial report.
Good afternoon. So today we're going to review the first quarter of our fiscal year, which ended September 30th, 2022. And the first slide we're going to look at is an income statement, and that is awfully small and far away from me. So I'm going to look at my own document. So as you know, we separate our operations from our capital fund information. So your income statement here will show you all of our housing programs, which is Public Housing Section 8 in our Beacon portfolio, as well as all of our resident services, and including our central office cost center, which is our management company. So you'll see that the surplus or deficit for non-cash items is a surplus of $5.3 million actual, which is $6.5 million better than budget, and we'll go over some individual reasons why we ended up with that number. So you can see that at the very top we have a pretty significant negative variance in tenant revenue. Of that $2 million, about $1.6 million is a negative variance in the Beacon portfolio. Some of their larger properties are experiencing lower than expected occupancy. So some of their occupancies are hanging around the 75-80% in some of the larger properties. But Brandy and Melissa and their teams are working on trying to improve those figures. Public housing is about $400,000 below budget, and we don't necessarily see that necessarily improving this fiscal year. Grants are about $800,000 better than budget at this point, and that is really both the public housing and Section 8 funding comes in from HUD at an odd period, so we have to make a lot of projections when we do our budgets. And we talk a lot about that during our budget process. And so their prorations came in, and the inflationary factors they provided us this calendar year came in a little higher than we had expected. So that's good news. You'll see the HAP revenue there is $2.7 million above budget, and that ties to the HAP expense being $3.5 million below budget. We did draw some funds from our HUD reserves, our MTW HUD reserves, $5.7 million, to pay off a debt at one of our Wood Hill properties that had matured. And instead of refinancing it in sort of this higher interest rate environment, we just decided to use those reserves to pay that off. Okay, and then you'll see on the salaries and budgets, we're about $2.2 million below budget. I mean, salaries and benefits, about $2.2 million below budget. That's been consistent. You've been hearing from Ayanna. She's been providing reports about vacancies, positions being on hold, and I think she's going to provide a report, not today, but at the next Ops Committee in January. So she'll give you some details around that. Ordinary maintenance and operations is operating above budget, and that is essentially been unimpacted by the Beacon portfolio. That's pretty much all public housing. There's some positive there because they are doing some significant beautification projects. They started off with the elderly properties and are now moving to the family properties, so that's good news. So we're spending some significant amount of money there, but there's still some increasing costs at it's mostly like garbage, HVAC, plumbing repairs, major plumbing repairs, things like that. Other expenses are below budget. Below budget are consulting fees and IT fees, which is pretty consistent at this point. And then you'll see that under interest expense, it is overspent about $830,000. But we refinanced 3 Beacon properties before Tom Roth left us. And so these costs are really related to the closing cost on the actual loans themselves. So it's not really increased interest itself. It's all combined, the interest plus all the closing costs related to those loans. Next slide. So then the next slide should be the capital. Sorry about that. She has to deal with 2 different files from us. Yeah, it should be the capital one. Okay, so these are our capital activities, which is our real estate activities and the capital fund. And we really separate this out because sometimes there can be some significant variances here that indicate that there is additional revenue, but sometimes it doesn't reflect in cash. So we want to separate these things for you. The good news is their surplus before non-cash items is $7.5 million, which is $3.4 million above budget. And in this case, in this quarter, this is cash. So Tom, before he left, worked with Tim and his team to do some re-syndications of 2 tax credit partnerships, and they brought in several $1 million off of those 2 deals. So that's very good news. And then they have really no other variances in this budget itself. So then the next slide. So this shows a 3-year pattern of consolidated revenue. And you can see that there is about a $10 million increase from the 2021 to the 2022 fiscal year. And you can see that is mostly related to the, is that me? That is mostly related to the HAP revenue, and you'll see that we went up from 23 million to 29 million, and that's mostly from those MTW reserves that we drew to pay down the Woodhill debt. Then you'll see in the green that there's some upside in the miscellaneous revenue, and that is related to the real estate transactions that Tim and Tom worked on. And then in the red, you'll see that there's some upside on the grants, and that's the information that I told you earlier about HUD providing a little more funding this year than last year. And then tenant revenue, you can see, is fairly flat year over year. Excuse me. Next slide. So this is the same thing. This is a 3-year comparison of expenses, and these are more consistent. There are pretty much very small increases in each category other than HAP expenses, which reduce slightly. The only significant percentage increase is in the blue, and that's going to be our maintenance, and that is an increase of 23%. And again, some of it is inflationary, but some of it is, again, the beautification projects that Brandy and Joel and the public housing team have been working on. So good news, bad news. Hopefully, the economy does what it's supposed to do, and prices will, at a minimum, level off, right? We're hoping. Yes, we're keeping a place marker in our budget process, which we're already starting at this point, but as we move and get closer to when we present, we'll have a better idea, hopefully, of what that's looking like. So next slide. So this is our debt-to-equity ratio, and it remained flat at 0.45, and so what we're looking for here is anything below 1, and you could see that although we did add a property here, we added the San Juan 2, which was formerly a tax credit property, is now part of our Beacon portfolio, and so you could see what happens is then your assets go up, but your debt goes up as well, because we take on that debt as we buy that property. And we do have, I think, 4 properties that we have been talking about that will be coming on in the next few months. So we're going to watch this really closely because sometimes those come over with more significant debt. You know, that's how they're structured, right? I think that looks pretty strong. And I don't think, I think in the current interest environment, we're really looking at sort of like refining and adding any debt to any of our current properties. But again, as we acquire the tax credit properties, as they reach their 15-year compliance period, we will be adding that debt on, but just the existing debt. Yes, ma'am. Significantly. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So we not only have the properties being brought on, but every time Tim brings a tax credit property, the requirement is that we own the land. So we get there's a ground lease put on the land, but the land belongs to us. So that increases your balance sheet as well, your assets as well.
Know where you're coming for, and what that means in housing for the community. Because at the beginning, you know, when I hear 75% occupancy in the beam, in some of our housing, that doesn't make sense to me. I think we really need to look at what's gone wrong and why we haven't been able to fill those houses and really work on it. But when I see this, it just really shows that we understand that there's a need and that we're trying to put our monies together to increase the opportunities for our community. So, Michael, I think that that's worth an article in the newspaper of the difference between the 21 and the 22 capabilities of Opportunity Home.
Thank you. So the next slide shows our financial liquidity, and so this is our current ratio, right? And it actually decreased from 2.65 to 2.25, but that has to do with, again, every time you take on debt, you not only take on long-term debt, you take on current debt. So this, as long as we're above 2, that's a very strong ratio, so we're good there. Then we added, the last slide, we added this to, next slide, sorry. Yeah. So we showed the draws that we made from our moving to work reserves. So you'll see that there's about $400,000 there for resident services. We drew $2.5 million for the 2020 fiscal year 2021 public housing operating shortfall. We drew this a little late this year because we were applying for shortfall funding from HUD because we officially qualified for it this year, but because of the way they prioritize funding, they prioritized to small housing authorities first, and they ran out of money before they got to us, so shucks, but we tried. So we drew this money a little late this year, but it's there. We did draw it, and public housing is benefiting from it. Then you'll see that there's still expenses from the public housing Wi-Fi infrastructure, as well as the Labor Street property. And then you'll see there the large number for the payment of the matured Wood Hill debt. I don't have a slide for the cash report, but I want to make sure that you did see the cash report. And I just want to let you know that cash did increase by $16.4 million. And a lot of that was related to the refinancing that was done on the 3 Beacon properties. We brought some money in to pay off deferred developer fees and for some repairs that need to be done at those properties, as well as that significant amount of money that was generated from the real estate team on those recyndications. And then you also have a grants report if you have any questions about that.
So I just want to mention that HUD is still operating on a continuing resolution, and I believe the next scheduled date for vote is in mid-December, and hopefully it gets approved at that point and not postponed again. But it's possible that in January we'll have better funding for both public housing and Section 8, because inflation's been higher, and also the continuing resolution or the proposed budget for next year has slightly higher numbers than it does for this year.
Any questions? I have a few, but I do have a question. So the financial strength is well below 1, so that's, not, even with everything that's come in, not concerning. We're a little closer to 2 on the financial liquidity. Mm-hmm. And I know you mentioned that in the next couple of months we will be having more assets coming in. So are we forecasting out, and do we anticipate getting below 2 soon? Okay.
No.
Because there was a big drop in the last month. That's why I was like, or in this quarter, so just thinking about what's coming ahead and forecasting out to see if this is an area that we should
Absolutely.
be concerned about.
I'm not concerned about going below 2.
Okay.
Something terrible would have to happen.
Okay. Awesome. Not something to, glad we're far away from that.
Yes.
I think to your point, Chairwoman Guzman, thinking a lot about the struggling with occupancy. Is there anything we can learn, like what have we learned from that? How are we responding to that? And do we anticipate that, when you see, I agree, when you see struggling occupancy and then you understand the housing need in the city, there's a incongruency there.
Okay, I'm gonna let Brandy take that.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, Commissioners. Occupancy has been a concern, obviously, especially within Beacon, but in public housing. Melissa Garza was named the director of Beacon Communities earlier this year and has really taken what was some challenges that we continue to uncover in that portfolio from transitions, so much so that a property management company will tell us at a transition that it's at 95% occupied, and when the staff reaches those the units and we start knocking on doors, many of those what was reported as occupied units were not occupied. So we're having to work through trying to get those up, and obviously if they've been vacant, we don't know at what point because they were reporting that they're occupied, so sometimes the conditions of those units. Staffing has been a huge impact to our both public housing and Beacon, especially in our maintenance area. I think that we've talked to the board over and over again about that as one of our highest turnovers. That is one of our positions that it's really hard to fill, and we've been really exploring how we can do that. So without having the staff, we depend on make-ready contracts. Unfortunately, Beacon did not have one. That was the previous director. She wanted to do everything in-house, and there are pros and cons to doing make-readies in-house versus outsourcing that. But when we have staffing challenges, it's really impacted that delay. Melissa has been really working hard with her maintenance superintendents and her assistant directors to develop plans, and we've had action plans, and we've been working with procurement, though we don't have a dedicated make-ready contract to where we could outsource that to our vendors. We've been looking to see how we could utilize our existing contracts and kind of break them up and say, okay, we have a flooring contract, let's bring in someone who could help with the flooring. We have painting, so we've been doing that, but the numbers are just so large. Just like we deal with the shortage of staff, we're also our contractors are dealing with shortages. And so in the past, we can give them a lot of work and they can turn them really quickly. They're still trying to compete with the market as well and getting staffed up as well. So we're looking at a variety of different ways. Yesterday, we started exploring rent concessions, which is, very popular, and right now we know no one's not doing it in our industry because they don't need to do it, but one particular property, we are doing that. We're also looking at different partnerships. We did it in public housing. We're trying to see how we can do that as well in Beacon. One of the things that we said, we cannot steer people from the Section 8 side, but what we can say is advertise on our own wait list on our own website, I apologize, that we have vacant units, and so we really kind of encourage our Section 8 holders, because we know we have at least 1,000 out there looking, that we do have affordable rent. So we're doing a lot of things to try to get there, but at the end of the day, we also need our staff. We're also looking at another incentive for our staff to work, even though they're working long hours, but to maybe work on the weekends and kind of giving like a bonus structure to help with the make-readies as well. So we've been doing a lot of things, but we're just trying to put all of that stuff into action now.
Say, Brandy, just to clarify, you're speaking mostly of Beacon, because public housing, I know you and Joel are working with HUD to monitor that closely, and it's in the 90s, I think, 93, 94%.
Public housing is in the 90s, but certain properties are below that. So average is probably about anywhere between 90 to 93%, depending on the give and take, which we should be, because we have a wait list, should be much higher. That's the same thing. We're staff trying to get we do have, thankfully, make-ready contracts in that portfolio, but those vendors are still struggling as well. But we've been partnering, and the board had approved a couple of months ago a new preference, and that we partnered with Haven for Hope. And just this week, our team was at Haven and meeting with single occupancy, because we're having, that's where a lot of our vacancies are, in the efficiencies and one bedrooms that are traditionally harder to fill units. So we are going with that partnership to lease up that way. And then just, again, that make-ready kind of proposal that we're doing, that would also apply to our public housing maintenance techs that are available to do that work.
Thank you.
Brandy, the Beacon properties, are they third-party managed, or?
Some are, but most of it we're managing in-house. And so what we have recognized, we may have transitioned to Beacon management faster than what we should have, just to make sure that we have staffing. And I don't think any of us realize what COVID would do to the staffing. So right now, when we purchase or bring on new properties, we're going to keep the existing management in place until Melissa and her team could really stabilize the Beacon properties. There will be one exception, and that's just something that we're working through internally, that will bring on one property into the portfolio to manage as well.
So how are we allowing the people managing the properties to falsify occupancy reports?
So there was limited oversight previously, and that is one of the things that Melissa has recognized. And so we have a transition, what we call a property transition manager, who, and we're also having to work with Tim, right, because there are some legal things when we don't necessarily own it, but what our rights are. So we are improving our transition process, because that's where we found some gaps before. And we are going to make sure that we are really at the sites looking at that and monitoring, especially when we know we're about ready to transition, and even more so when we are and own those properties. That management company is going to know a team's going to be in there every so often. So that is something that Melissa and her team are actively working on, and what that looks like for us. And so they've already started making a lot of contact, because we still have several properties right now with Lincoln and some other management companies that we have been really, comfortable with, but we recognize some of the other things probably not so much, and some other management companies that we're that are not managing any of our portfolios, but we still have to do our due diligence, and so we will have better oversight moving forward.
Yeah, because that's a big thing in the private sector when I worked there, that, a lot of managers would falsify their occupancies to make them look better.
Well, if you know management agreements, right? So if the rent roll says something. Yeah.
So, and I hope that we can get better on that, because our wait lists and people waiting for housing, I'd rather get them in there than keeping them down.
Yes, no, we understand, and that's Melissa's priorities. We've been working together as we've been identifying it, so yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Looking at the budget as we did, I think what might be worthwhile, is to kind of re-review the allocations that we have and maybe allocate a little more to the areas that, such as renting. And if, you know, when we have this much over the budget that we've left over, I think it's time to kind of look and see where we may have under budgeted and understaffed, and maybe increase that a bit, because it's costing us money at the end anyway, and so we might as well use it to make operations more efficient.
Thank you for that suggestion, and I believe Diana's already started the budgeting process, so we will certainly take that into consideration in the next budget.
Yeah, we
Cycle.
always looked at where had been, in the previous 3 years, where had there been some under expenditures, okay? And the reason why there were some under expenditures, and then look at, one, having HR help to see if there's any problems in that area that's creating some people leaving, and HR then really targeting to find people for that, and so I think I would relook at the budget with your directors and make sure that we don't need some other staff.
Well, I appreciate that, Dr. Guzman. Actually, in the budget, the existing budget that we have, last year, we added several new positions, more in public housing. Again, not to take away from, beliefs of other leadership at the time in Beacon, I think they felt comfortable with the staff capacity at the time. Melissa and I have been working at that. It's a balance, right? It's knowing the needs, and literally we were just having that conversation, but we also have financial obligations. But I said it is a time that we need to be more realistic in the staffing that we had. And thankfully, Ed and the board approved several new positions in the public housing portfolio last year. Now it's just working really closely, like you said, with HR and getting those positions. Because we can say we have, 200 maintenance positions, but if we're only have at 50%, it's still not making any ground. So that's what we're doing. I know Ayanna and her team are coming up with really creative solutions outside of just a traditional advertise on our website. So we're hopeful that we'll get more recruitment, and then obviously we know that we're going through a comp study that I really think will help get folks in the door.
The other thing we're doing, Muriel and I and Ayanna talked earlier this week, and we're increasing our budget for marketing to new employees, outreach to new employees. So we're going to have a very active campaign through the holiday season, and we're hoping that is effective in helping us recruit new employees.
If there are no other questions, and that concludes our meeting for today, and I ask for a motion to adjourn. Wonderful. Meeting is adjourned at 1:43. And just to note the change in attendance roll call, since Chairwoman Guzman joined us after we started. Thank you.
We can go to the next one. Do we need to call roll call again for this meeting?
Okay, I'll begin conducting Commissioner roll call. Commissioner Chairwoman Dr. Ana Cha Guzman.
Present.
Vice Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Gilbert Garcias.
Present.
Commissioner Dalia Contreras.
Present.
Commissioner Lauren Dantzler.
President.
Commissioner Olga Kaufman. And Commissioner Ignacio Perez.
Present.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
There is no one signed up.
Go right into the presentations. Looks like we're going to update presentation regarding Alazan by Able City. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, rest of the board, Mr. Hinojosa. I'm Mario Peña with Able City, and as you know, we've been working on this job now, I think a little before February of this year. We got a little held back because of the COVID wave, as you remember. So we were set to start in November, but we really got our rolled up our sleeves and started the work in February. So we've been working pretty diligently, getting to know the community. And so today, really the visuals you see here are very similar to the update from last month. We have kept our heads down writing the summary of the report for the final master plan design. So we're happy to give you a recap of the process and then some of the initial findings and some of the recommendations we're considering to give you and staff as a draft in the next few weeks. I'm having clicker trouble here.
Hold on, let me try
There we
it.
go.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So I'll take you through the timeline. And I'm going to focus a little bit a little bit more on all of our efforts for community engagement, which is really why, as we were building the team with our partners at Alamo Architects that have really supported the implementation of the feedback we received in design, it really came from a process that was mostly listening and learning and figuring out what the community and the residents needed to get out of Alazan, right? What was their vision? So understanding that. So we had a few key goals as we started that process back in February. One is obviously knowing what are the needs. And I think everyone through the years really sort of had a pretty good understanding of what the needs were. We reconfirmed those. It was something as simple as, washer dryer hookups, security. There was some issues with, mold inside the buildings, just sort of everyday things that residents need to just have in order, right, to have a good quality of life in their residences. So assessing those needs, some of them were, maybe not so obvious, right? They were, where playgrounds were located. People wanted playgrounds closer so that the kids could walk over and enjoy the playground, especially the little kids. So really getting to know them and getting to know the minutia of all of those needs was really our goal. So knowing needs, we also needed to know the people, right? If we wanted to protect against displacement, we wanted to really get to know the community that already existed, that has been at Alazan for quite a while. So knowing the people as individuals, we took the time to do that, and we formatted our events to really get to know them in that sense. So the quality of their input was deeper as we learned about them. And then we wanted to make sure they knew us. We wanted to know that they knew what this team was about. They knew what Opportunity Home intended in this new process for Alazan Courts, and so we took them through, also getting to know us. So we spent a lot of FaceTime with everyone that came around. And so, the other key thing was taking them through the master planning / design / architecture process. It's not as simple as a wish list, we all know. And so there's so many moving parts and pieces. So we designed our interactions to take the key resident committee that was formed at the beginning, which ended up being a committee of between sometimes up to 60 people, but for the most part, we had an average of 31 residents that showed up to all of the 8 meetings we had. And we took them through the journey of, okay, you've given us your needs. What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of funding? What does that mean in terms of space requirements? And so we presented those challenges to them. How would you tackle this? And so they saw, both the residents and the community committee, they saw exactly what those challenges were. They figured out with us what the trade-offs were. So as we made decisions to choose A or B, to sacrifice and prioritize some things. They knew what those mechanisms, what those moving pieces, were doing as we made those decisions together. And so when we had to make hard decisions, they understood why. And this is just one example. We had a design charrette toward it, sort of in the middle of the process. We put in front of them 4 blocks to design with us, just with the Legos, and we told them, you've got a certain amount of square footage of land that you can design with. Your requirements, just to bring the buildings up to current living standards, we had to increase about 30% of our building footprint. So if we want to preserve buildings, what does that mean, right? So we ended up with figuring out how do we make sure that the green space that everyone wants fits if we are having to increase buildings and not demolish them. So we worked that out with them. We broke up into tables, and community members and residents worked together, and they understood you really sort of can't have it all, and you have to have trade-offs. So at the end, when the final site plan was presented, they understood why some of the buildings needed to be replaced, and then they prioritized which buildings were important to preserve this very important place. We had we put in front of them 4 initial design directions, and really it was just sort of to give. We designed it for them to give us their priorities. What do they prioritize between these 4 elements? So one is maintaining the street, the character of the street, the neighborhood. It was the perspective of what the experience is externally from outside their homes. The next one is maintaining the height. We heard a lot about limiting height to 2 stories in the area, but that comes with trade-offs. So that was presented as, is this your top priority? Then it was preserving the core. If we made edits to the Alazan Courts area, should we preserve the core, the inner blocks, and then start modifying along the edges? And then we had an option where we maximize green space, and that was the top priority. So anyway, so we put this in front of them, and at the end, these weren't 4 design directions. We really never wanted to present anything where they had to pick from A and B. We wanted to make sure that they gave us priorities, and then we gave them a hybrid based on those priorities. And so at the end of the process, we started drafting a master plan. So, and this is just a slide that we presented to the community and to the resident committee, because we wanted to make sure that they knew what to expect in a master plan. I think at the beginning, there were many that were expecting a fully realized architectural design, right, which is not what a master plan is. So we made sure that we were clear about what to expect, because this is about design strategies, direction, and so the level of detail here is important. So a master plan, as you know, is it gives you the key characteristics with which the architecture team then takes into a schematic design, where you start figuring out architecture. Once you have figured out your tenant mix, right? How many 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms? That was a topic of conversation that expanded really through like 3 meetings that we had, because we had to get that right. I think it was important that topic, and we'll get to how we ended up in a second. That topic ended up being very important. We weren't expecting that to be that important. We were trying to sort of figure out, okay, there were 500 units we were trying to save, but not every unit is alike. And so preserving the family character was elevated by the residents and the community to make sure that our tenant mix allowed for that. So we wanted to figure out tenant mix, building placement, choosing which buildings would be prioritized for preservation, where we would build new buildings, and how we would accommodate the 30% more square footage that as we build out this new development would need. I'm going to pause here for a second. Are we good? Should I go? Okay, all right. So within a master plan, we have recommendations related to building placement, like I said, tenant mix, a phasing strategy, how we phase people in and out through the construction process, and then we begin with the pro forma or funding recommendations. And then from there, you implement the financing plan, and then you start your technical drawings and construction. All right, then we start, so this is what we've been working on for the last few weeks, really giving you a good summary of this process like I've done here today, plus our recommendations regarding all of the elements that I just mentioned, which includes recommendations on historic preservation, what is new construction, how do we treat public realm and green space, building out a community center that serves the Alazan area, what programmatic elements belong in there, infrastructure in general, sort of what goes underground, all your plumbing and utility needs, and then obviously the phasing plan and financing. So at the end of the process, we ended up with a total of 55 additional homes. So instead of 501, we ended up with 556 additional homes. Mind you, this is on 2 different sites. We found a very fortunate sort of release valve for the extra square footage we needed at the Valero field and at the adjacent Apache field just behind the Valero field. And so that area will take 88 units, which will then really help with the phasing plan because we can build that first, move people into that area as we begin our first phase of the actual Alazan proper area. So no displacement outside the area. We are now working on a phasing plan to minimize displacement, to make sure that we match 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms from one property to the other. And I believe you'll be talking in more detail about the Alazan extension here coming up in one of the items. The new mix of unit types yielded almost 297 additional bedrooms. So yeah, so we're serving a lot more residents in the area, but it's not a densification of the Alazan courts because we've expanded into a 2nd and 3rd lot.
So, Mario, can you tell us, instead of 134 3-bedrooms we had, so that we have a comparison between what was and what will be?
Sure, great question. So I have that slide, and
Next.
I don't think I have it in this one, but I'm going to try to go by memory, and I know percentages, not numbers.
Oh,
Right, so we have about, I want to say about 14% 1-bedroom, so that upticked about 1% in the current Alazan, and then 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms made up the rest of it, so about 85%, and we didn't have any 4 bedrooms.
okay. Oh, you didn't have any 4-bedrooms?
Right, in the current Alazan, correct. So,
Wow.
yeah, that popped up as a need. Well, hey, where are the 4 bedrooms? And so we accommodated for the 4 bedrooms as well at Alazan.
So that 297 additional bedrooms, that's what you refer to?
That's if you count all of the bedrooms.
So that's an increase?
That's an increase, yes. It's 1,276 bedrooms total, which is an increase of 297 from the current Alazan court, from what is inside the 501 units.
And so the 4 bedrooms is an additional, that's what you're including in here?
It's the additional 4 and 3 bedrooms. We actually converted, some of the percentages shifted from 2 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms as well. Right, so a lot of the 2 bedrooms were expanded into 3 and 4 bedroom, yeah. And there was a note from the residents in the community that in some cases, as families grew, they needed that addition, that larger unit within the Alazan if we wanted to give them the ability to not move. from the area.
And your safety thing here, item
Safety item.
C, AC.
What, I'm sorry?
AC on the last slide.
Introduction, A, B, C.
On your outline, you identified safety as being a priority. I think he's just asking for an explanation on that one.
Okay, I'm trying to look for the slide.
Yeah, it's the one with the outline.
Master plan outline.
Next
I see.
one.
Thank you.
There you go.
Here we go, thanks. Okay. So we, that was one of the top priorities, right? It was washer dryers and playgrounds and no more mold and, having that right size units. But then, yes, we had a lot of input about safety, a lot of input about, unfortunately, having the need for police calls at night, either because they heard gunshots or, other things like that. So some of that sort of falls outside of what design can solve.
Yeah.
But the master plan will give you all that note from the residents, right, in that report. And then we'll give you some best practices for recommendations on design that sort of helps tackle the issue. But as you know, that's not the end-all be-all of that. I think it's working with partnerships with law enforcement and helping, I think, create an atmosphere or culture in it, like either by programming or through the community center, to have a community that is more vigilant, that has, more eyes on the street, as a community together, which is why I think it was, for us as architects, it's very important to make sure that we continue to have that relationship of those two-story buildings with access directly to the street and windows to the street. And so that, that helps, because it becomes a public space and not a space that's sort of forgotten away from people's eyes. So it becomes a community space that they all share. So we want to make sure we don't lose that. Looks like any other question? Are we good? Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Well, I think something important to look into, Ed, and I don't know if you caught this in your interviews, Mario, is but we should have data on that, is kind of the length of time of when people live in Alazan or at Victoria Courts, or the length of time and what housing authorities, what is the purpose, and how do we work so that we're fulfilling our mission and helping our tenants live within that mission. And for example, in the senior housing, I would probably expect that once a senior has entered, they're not going to leave very easily. It's going to be their home,
Right.
and this is what they have decided for themselves until death do us part.
Right.
But in the family areas, I'm just not sure what our expectations and mission is, and what the tenants' expectations and missions are. When I went to Alazan one of the times with the mayor, we met many of our tenants. One had lived there 18 years. And if you would have asked me, I would have never thought that anybody had lived at Alazan for 18 years. And she says, I have lived here, I have loved it. And so I think that we need to have a discussion. It might be amongst us first, and then with the community, as to what purpose are we serving, and how do we achieve that purpose so that we can maximize our mission.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for those comments. And I know Richard's department has quite a bit of data that's available about residents, and we can sort through. Generally, we already know that our senior and disabled facilities residents tend to have a longer stay there, and in our family facilities, residents tend to have a shorter stay. So we've started having these discussions internally already, Dr. Guzman. Richard, I don't know if you want to comment on that?
Just in general, I think the general patterns we've seen that, average tenure is 6 years across the board, but you do see a lot of variation. And if the curve, if you imagine, what the curve looks like, it has a very long tail to the right. So there's a very small number of people that stay a very long time. Most people stay, and this was before the pandemic. I think, we do need to take into mind a lot of things have changed since then. But what was normal before then was that there was most folks stayed 2 or 3 years, and that was it. And then there were a few people that stayed 18, 20 years or longer. And that skews the average in that direction. But I think stepping back from that, I think the big picture is there's a wide range of resident experience, right? And expectations, like you said, older adults have a different set of expectations about than someone with young kids maybe and are younger themselves and have a different set of expectations. And so I think part of the way we think about it is we need to keep all those things in mind when we go into managing the properties.
Services that we have in the different facilities, and what our goals are. What do we think is best for the different tenants, and what are we working towards? Because I think that's important for not only the staff to know, but also to share with us. And we haven't had a one-day meeting, where we've learned of the things that are going on. And I think that's key, because for some families, it may be fine. I mean, the lady that had lived there for 18 years was very happy for 18 years, had many friends, and, but I'm not sure that's the mission that we envision ourselves having, and it may be something that we need to look at.
So I know there's a need to provide more information about various programs. So today on the agenda, we have Joelle Tabar that will be talking about the different services that we provide. And I think it'll be a good opportunity for the board to ask questions.
Okay.
And as we go to future operations meeting, we're planning to bring a discussion of each major program, so that there's more of an in-depth discussion about the various programs.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, and just I guess a note on that. I think what the regardless of whether a resident has a plan to stay long-term, short-term, medium-term, and regardless of their goals in life, what we heard is that it's so important to, if you're not at that point yet where you're ready to move out, and something in your life changes, it would be better for them to change a home within their own community that they've already been building. So that stability helps them in their life, in their transition out or staying, either way. That's part of the accommodation, in that sort of ladder of 2, 3, 4-story units.
Okay.
I mean, 4-bedroom units.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to just briefly go over the Alazan expansion site, is what we're calling it. And this is the 88 units that are plan for Valero Field and the green field between the Apache homes right behind that. The blue buildings that you see in front of you are existing Apache buildings. They're two-story buildings. The gray building on the right hand of the screen is the community center, what the residents call the main office for Alazan along Brazos. So just behind that, converting that field into these units. The yellow buildings are new buildings that are two-story, the vision is to design them to fit right in with the two-story buildings of Apache. And then behind that is the three-story buildings that we need to have that uptick in number. The three-story buildings are tucked behind the two-story buildings, and there are sightline studies that we did to make sure that you really can't see them from the street, so that neighborhood character continues, which is very important. And then on the just left of that, across the other block, the yellow buildings are all two-story buildings. And so we're consolidating all of the playgrounds and basketball courts and green field into the space between the blue buildings and the yellow buildings. So we'll have quite a bit of green space still, but we're bringing up the utilization of that green area up a little higher. So this is just a quick rendering. This is part of the submission for the San Antonio bond grant that we've been pursuing. And I don't know if Ed, is everyone fully briefed? I'm not sure what I...
Yes, everyone knows about our application, and a decision will be made by City Council in December.
For this.
But if you want to talk about the specifics a little bit, Mario, I think that'd be fine.
The specifics of this, yes. So like I said, this is 88 units. The tenant mix is mostly 1 and 2 bedroom units. There will be some 3 bedroom units in here. So it's helped. Oh, good. Our fellow architect here is here to maybe help out with some of the details. He's been working that out. So you know what? Actually, I'll let Jim take over for this. Thanks.
Yeah, we can just talk a little bit about it. Mario, I'm Jim Bailey from Alamo Architects, senior principal. Do you have the clicker? Do you have the renderings in this?
This is only 2.
Oh, you don't have the...
No.
Okay. Well, we'll just go with this. So if you'll recall, Mario showed a slide that talked about kind of the character of a master plan and everything that it entails. What we're going to do here with this 88-unit project is move into thinking about the character of actual buildings and moving into a financing plan and working drawings. So we've done a lot of community engagement at Alazan. We haven't done as much at Apache, although there are some residents who have participated throughout the process. The very first thing we're going to do is we're going to go door to door in that community, and I think you've already started that, right? And we're gonna gather the same level of feedback that we did for Alazan, but before we really begin to design. So what's shown up on this screen and some of the renderings you may have seen previously, they're really order of magnitude studies, massing diagrams that show, we can sort of fit about this many units in here, and they're going to be about this big, and they're going to kind of have this more or less relationship to the street. Does that all sound great to y'all? And then, so once we gather all that community feedback, we really dive into design. And I know that's another item on the agenda. Mario and I, Able City and Alamo Architects, are gonna partner on both the community engagement portion and the design of the project. We're really excited about this. I've been working in this area for many years, since I was a young proto-architect, walking block to block, surveying it all for the city of San Antonio. I designed the office building as a student for the Avenida Guadalupe Association, I want to say, 25, 27 years ago. So we know it inside and out. And really excited to do a deep dive into the sort of postmodern architectural tradition of Plaza Guadalupe and also the Apache buildings. And, think about what a contemporary version of that sort of fits into the neighborhood really looks like and feels like, and how does it help kind of knit these missing pieces of the community back together. The other thing that we're really excited about is level of accessibility in the project. We're going above and beyond what we've typically done for opportunity home projects, public housing in general. And then the thing we're most excited about is exploring net zero energy, perhaps looking at water conservation and waste reduction, but really focusing on net zero energy. We've sort of hit the ground running with this. We're having conversations with solar power providers, with building energy raters. So we're looking at strategies for tightening up our building envelope, building a more efficient building, looking at more efficient appliances, and then how we're making up the difference with on-site renewable power generation, with the ultimate goal, as we know, in San Antonio, we have some pretty serious climate challenges in the summer. We have a lot of residents who, frankly, just don't turn on their air conditioners because they can't afford the bill in the summer. And so I think I'm really excited that, we're going to look at sort of solving it, the energy issues on this project, and hopefully we'll learn enough that you'll have the ability that you can tackle this from a broader policy standpoint on the rest of your inventory over time. Thank you.
So yeah, as Jim said, we're right at the cusp of getting through the community engagement piece of this. The resident committee that we formed had a couple of Apache residents, and so they've been really helpful in seeding the expanded version of that committee to make sure that everything that we're designing in this, which is right in their backyard, really responds to their needs. So that's coming right up here in the next couple of weeks. All right, I'll skip to this. I think. Does anybody have any comments on the expansion? Questions? Very good.
Commissioners, I just wanted to add that the 88 units at the Alexan extension are going to be 100% public housing, extremely energy efficient, as Jim Bailey mentioned. There isn't any other housing authority in the nation that has done that. They're all building mixed income communities. So we think we're going to set a standard for other housing authorities as well.
And you all may know this already, Brandy and Tim, but one of the sessions I attended last week in Chicago, or this week in Chicago, had to do with rehabbing present public housing and green initiatives, and that they're getting ready to release funds that are to help fund these projects. So I don't know if we've applied for them. If we haven't, maybe we need to look into them. But they did bring that up in the session, and that they're getting ready to release those funds. So.
Okay, so I'll move on to the Alazan Court site plan, and I know I don't know if we're over time, but I'll try to keep this brief and leave it open for some questions at the end. So this is the site that we've been working with. There are some few. I'll start with the sort of this design constraints and challenges that we had. Obviously, the first one is most units would have to increase in square footage, like I said earlier, by about 30%. All right. So we need, in order to just fit the same amount of units, we needed to increase our footprint by that amount. All right. So that's one. Two, there's a floodplain issue along the creek that even though has been improved in terms of how much buildings were inside it as we began the project, as we learned that floodplain line moved away from the property. we were able to save a few more buildings, but we're still losing about 7 buildings along the creek. So not only did we have that constraint of, of the square footage, but now we have less buildings to put the square footage in. So then we have to figure out what new buildings and what new buildings we would put in and where we would put them. So this, what you see here, is a hybrid of those 4 key questions we ask residents for prioritization, right? Maintaining the core, maintaining the streets, modifying the edges, and then creating as much green space as possible. And this tries to achieve all of those things, blending them together. So the yellow buildings you see here are inside the blocks. They're sort of behind the public streets, and those are 3-story new buildings. And we changed the orientation, as you can see, in the other direction. And they sort of marry up with the existing blue buildings behind them to create courtyards in between. And those courtyards, we're very excited to sort of put these down. Everyone was happy to see them because you can program them in so many different ways. We've created a sort of a module or a process to give each of those areas the opportunity to be either focused on little kids, larger kids, or maybe they're just less programmed and there's less activities and it's just more of a plaza. So there's so much variety you can add into these courtyards. And then you can sort of give the opportunity for people to live in the area that best suits them. And so the blue buildings that you see, which are all along the street, are all the preserved buildings. And those will be renovated, and I'll show you some renderings of what those could look like if we do the renovation, the restoration/rehabilitation that we're intending. Again, the higher priority was to maintain the character of the neighborhood, to maintain the character of the street, and obviously enhance it, and you'll see that in a second as well. Along Brazos, there was first sort of an impulse to increase the amount of units there and to have some more active programming. So by placing the community center along Brazos, it's a busier street, so maybe we want to sort of keep the residents a little further away from it. But there was also, we had to balance it with the fact that that's the most transited, like sort of publicly viewed part of the courts. So if you see that as sort of the welcome or entrance, it was important to focus our efforts on preserving and restoring that space too. So our strategy now, if you notice, there's a sort of a magenta building there in the middle of that. That's across the street from the high school. And so the idea is to convert those 2 residential buildings into the community center that we're planning. So there's
There's a couple of bus routes that cross, right?
That cross here, yes. Yes, sir. Yeah, and again, that's part of why we would want the more active space there along Brazos. So we're putting the active programming in the restored buildings, and so at the same time you get to restore the building and invest in them, and just changing the purpose. Along the creek, because there is a loss of those buildings that are inside the floodplain, we had the ability to now create just a more linear green space or parkway in the back, and those are bordered by the new 3-story buildings that are there. Those 2 buildings on the top of your screen. All right, so that's where most of the edits came. So the edits were focused along the creek, which is, by the way, lower in elevation than everything else. There was a concern about sight lines and being able to enjoy the view into downtown. And so because that is quite a bit lower, those 3-story buildings actually end up still at the top of them are still lower than the higher buildings on the far side along Brazos. Go ahead.
Have you talked to VIA at all on the use? My assumption is
Sure.
There's a lot of people taking the bus.
Absolutely, yes, yeah. And so our sort of parking ratios and strategies reflect that. Let me just get this thought out. So right now, as we write the summary master plan recommendations, our next step is to identify key partnerships that you need to have to help you program, implement, make changes because our master plan isn't just, sort of insulated by these boundaries. Who are your partners so that you can connect better? Part of it is the context. So who's gonna provide services in the community center? How are those bus routes gonna change or improve? So we did an activity with the community members and the residents where we gave them a map. This was the last meeting we had because we were ready, we were sort of ready with the final master plan. And we told them, what do you need in terms of street, right? What streets are safe? What streets feel unsafe? Where do you wish you could walk more? So we gave them stickers and we told them, where would you put a bus stop? Where would you shade it? Where would you light it? So we've got, we took an urban survey with all the residents so they can tell us what areas are really important for us to partner with the city and VIA to improve them, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the very first things we do when we move into the design phase of a project as opposed to the master planning, which we'll do on the Alazan expansion, and like we just did at Artisan at Ruiz, is we pick up the phone and call VIA and say, hey, just like we do at the school district, you're going to have this many new potential riders of your system. You want to come sit down and look at these plans with us, and then we look for opportunities where we can collaborate. Upgrading facilities like at Artisan at Ruiz, we did a custom bus shelter that was set off of the street that was kind of comfortable and shaded, and we will do the same thing here when the time comes.
Okay, I'm going to move on from the site plan. You got any questions? Okay, so we're just going to show you sort of our initial vision of what the restored and new buildings would look like, what the site would look like, what the streetscape, which is really of utmost importance, could look like. So we scoured through the internet. We went to the public library to dig up old historic pictures and mementos and anything we can find so we can sort of find so we can get that, the right look and feel. If we want to go back to the the original international style building, which we thought was quite attractive. It's a beautiful example of the architecture, and so if we could use that as a baseline, I think it would do the buildings, the restoration, a whole lot of justice. So we started there, and so then we began to sort of model, right, peel away the layers of modifications that have been done through the years. And just that peeling away reveals this original architecture. So that would be the first thing we do, right? Try to see if we can peel away those roof lines that are different from the original, replace the windows with windows that are more consistent with the original design, and then see if we could get those sort of sharp horizontal elements like the roof lines and all of the canopies that are in front, all those which are so important to the original design. So this is just a shot of what the streetscape would look like. Part of the master plan is to make recommendations on what streets and sidewalks and planting would look like. So this is just a shot of that. These are the playground areas between the new 3-story buildings, which you see here on the right, and the 2-story existing buildings. So we're creating this sort of outdoor living area, right, for residents that feel enclosed. There's fencing between the buildings, so it's a little more enclosed. Smaller kids can play within a more enclosed area. Feels a little safer. We want it to be more active. Just an aerial of the same space. On the right, you see the rehabilitated 2-story historic building, and on the left, you see the 3-story building that would be built behind it. Here's just another view, just showing both the existing 2-story building and the 3-story building behind it. Notice there is still a little bit of a sort of a roof cap or sort of attic element that has been added. The difficulty with bringing these buildings up to modern standards really requires you to have some sort of chase or attic space, but we're bringing that attic space in away from that important horizontal edge that existed in the original design, and so it really becomes a secondary architectural feature, and the idea is for you not to perceive it, but we need that space to run either ducts. We have to work with structural, and we really have to make that work. So we don't think that there's a way to just keep the flat roofs the way they were originally. All right. We're also thinking that we want to make, so some, right now, many but not all of the porches are usable. Some of them are just, small design elements that just sort of cast a little bit of a shadow there in front of the building. So we want to make sure we want to make those larger, and we want to make that porch life available to every resident that lives here. So just a shot of a 2-story building, and then a typical 1-story building. These are all mostly on the corners, and then they transition up to the 2-story. All right, so again, getting back to the original window design, and the roof line. And then again, this particular one has a modified porch where it's deeper, and people can actually they can actually sit out there and enjoy it.
Have had flat roofs, and they don't seem to be in the most desirable list, but
Yeah, I understand. Well, if you notice, the roof that is really encompasses about 80% of the whole roof is a pitched roof. It's a metal pitched roof. That's what we're proposing. It might be asphalt, but it is a pitched roof for the most part. And then just that edge would be the
So
flat,
it's
and then
got
it
a-
would be covered by modern building membrane materials that shouldn't give you any problems.
rather than the sand that used to have on top.
Exactly.
And it won't be absolutely flat. It'll be what we call low slope.
Okay.
So an eighth or a quarter inch per foot
Okay.
slope, just not something you can perceive from the street.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then we just have a sort of a fallback option. We realize that as we start peeling away and looking at the buildings, analyzing them structurally, we might run into some problems with that peeling away of the original gable, of the gable roof that was added. And so in case that becomes a problem, we've got some options here where we just peel back a little bit of that gable roof, and we still, recapture the rehabilitated facade from the roof line down. So this is just giving you all an option to treat certain problematic buildings a different way. Here's an
Question.
example.
Have y'all thought about putting possibly these patios on the back side of the building instead of on the street side? For a little more safety, or residents feeling a little bit more comfortable sitting outside?
Right, so there are some, but I actually agree with you. We need to just sort of figure out how that shakes out in terms of budget, but if there's a priority for that to be in the back, then yes, we can certainly consider that. What we call the community or porch life was the priority that we were working with to make sure that, hey, this life that happens on the street with your neighbors and interacting better, it was high priority. So that's why we've designed it this way. But I think, especially if you've got kids playing in the backyard, and it'd be great to be able to do both. Mhm. That concludes my presentation. I want to just leave it open for comments or questions.
No, Mario, I appreciate
Thank you.
your presentation again.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we'll move on to item 4, update and presentation regarding Lincoln Heights by Sedania and Associates.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Marissa Saldana, and I'm with Saldana and Associates, and I'm pleased to present on the update of our Lincoln Heights Master Plan Housing Project. Just as a recap, we started our project in the summer, and we had an in-person resident meeting with some of the residents in July, and we had another one in August, and that helped us formulate some of our questionnaires. We found that we weren't getting as many coming to those meetings as we had hoped, so we started going door to door and collecting surveys. So at this point, we have about 55% response from the residents. And let's see. So I'm going to take you through some of the detailed questions on some of our surveys because they're poignant in terms of what the response was and how it's directing us in terms of focusing what they're very strong in what their priorities, their concerns, their needs are. So after that, after I present, then Umberto Saldana will show you some of our perspectives that we're developing, and then John Spiegel will talk to you about some of the research that he's gotten from talking to FEMA and regarding some of the buildings that are in the floodplain, and then we'll present our timeline to you at the end so that you'll know where we are in our progress and what our milestones are. Okay, so these are our general objectives. We've already begun the process of engaging with the residents and as well as the community stakeholders. We've had a couple of meetings with the stakeholders on November 10th and November 4th. We are trying to focus on making it as affordable and as efficient as possible. And we understand that many of the residents have a fondness for living in the neighborhood. And of course, we want to make sure that we will keep them in the neighborhood and disrupt their lives as little as possible in the master plan. So, let's see. So we started out with a question asking them just kind of to make them feel comfortable and let them know that we wanted to give us as honest and as candid as an answer as possible. So we started out with asking them, are you comfortable living at Lincoln Heights? And most of them said yes, they are. Many of them have sentimental attachment because it's where they're raising their families, it's where they're making memories. So this question, we knew that security was an issue. At many of our in-person meetings, people talked about crime. They talked about that as being one of their major concerns. So we pitched this question proposing a security gate, security fencing around, and most of them were in favor of that. So in this question, we asked, many of them had suggested that they didn't have enough personal outdoor space for them, for family gatherings, that it was an issue with transients coming onto their porches, that many of them have stairs. And the stairs are sometimes problematic because people gather on the stairs, and so then it creates an issue with, being able to conveniently pass or possibly have conflict. So we asked them, what about having a front and backyard? How would you feel about that? Of course, overwhelmingly, most of them said, yes, absolutely, this would be something they would like. We asked about parking. Most of them had their own personal cars that we talked to, and they said they needed more accessible parking. It was an issue bringing groceries into their apartments. It was an issue with carrying young children, and they mostly have on-street parking right now. So that was a concern, that was a consideration. They were requesting more parking. So we asked them, how do you feel about a new building versus rehabbing the existing buildings, preserving and renovating them? Most of them just without knowing, they wanted a new building, without any other information being offered. We asked them, would you be willing to move within Lincoln Heights so that older buildings can be remodeled over time? And yes, most of them were amenable to that, willing to suffer some short-term inconvenience, for the long term. We asked them, what about historical significance of the buildings? Do you feel there is any that, worth celebrating or preserving, or, in new buildings, would you want to have these characteristics emulated? And there were a few people that found historical significance, but they were overwhelmingly in favor of having new buildings regardless. Okay, so this is two questions together. So the first question asks about what would you consider the big major issues about living at that site, the complex, versus what issues would you consider the biggest problem in your particular unit, your building. And of course, the main problem that we kept hearing with the complex was issues of crime and feelings of personal vulnerability related to crime, and specifically violent crime. So, and then that was followed with the age of the structures, pests, and then in their personal units, the biggest issues they felt were pests and age of building, plumbing, and being too small, ventilation. Here we asked them to rank, in order of priority, what would you most like to see? And of course, construction of new buildings was the number one, followed by security, safety cameras, gates, parking, and on down to, vacant lots and trash. Some of those are not in our scope, but childcare drop taming, that was down there. But in the middle are upgrading existing buildings and school drop-off considerations. Creek. Okay. So as a result of our meetings with the stakeholders and the resident council, which is a smaller group of resident leaders, we met with the WEHA, which is the Western Hope in Action. They're community advocates, and they're a group of religious leaders, educators, some police officers, representatives from the local governments, and the resident council. So we presented some of our preliminary studies to them, some of our preliminary sketches, options, and as you'll see, once I present the options, the one that they rejected strongly was the idea of rehabbing the existing buildings. Pastor Robinson felt that they would hinder any safety improvements because there are too many hidden views, and especially the stairs being problematic. So, and these are some of the Mrs. Garrett, who's a relative of the Frank Garrett, who's the namesake of the Frank Garrett Community Center. She was there, and she expressed that she thought, although they did have historical value, she thought that they didn't, the structures themselves didn't honor the people that had been there, that she thought that a simple plaque or some marker detailing its history would be good. And they thought that enhancing people's lives would be better served by using new structures.
Quick
Okay.
question.
Yes.
When you were talking about the WEHA, West End Hope in Action Committee, it says brings together many stakeholders. Was this referring to the meeting that they brought together, or was this just their specific, like, was there a meeting with many stakeholders and this organization organizing it? Or is it just a descriptor of, like, they meet with many stakeholders in their work?
They gather, I think weekly, to discuss neighborhood issues and community-led possible solutions. So they gather pretty regularly, and WEHA is one of the organizations, but they invite other leaders as well. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I was just getting a sense of, was that a descriptor of the entity, or was it a descriptor of the many meetings that were held with this organization and you all about this topic? It sounds like it was a descriptor of this organization.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so this is just, these are some of the options that we're going to be showing you in a few minutes. So this is option 1, so this is 162 new units. It takes into account that those where park and parking are shown, that is where buildings will have to be removed because due to floodplain. And so the orange buildings are new buildings. The white buildings are existing buildings. And the blue, they're existing 2-story, and then the blue are existing 2-story, or they will be 2-story additions proposed. So that one was, let's see. So it leaves 31 buildings in place, 31. And it allows for renovations to interiors, as well as improvements in mechanical, electrical, and heating and cooling systems. Additional parking will be provided on site, and the 10 new buildings. And so the 2-story additions would house an additional bathroom, washer, dryer, additional closet space, and total additional 16 by 20 floor space per unit. So, of course, the caveats to this option were that the problematic stairs remain, possible faulty foundation or structural issues, hidden conditions we don't know about, potential for hidden costs, which could result in higher construction costs than new construction, and it was the option that was most strongly rejected by the stakeholders, and it was not popular with the residents either. Okay. So this is option 2. This consists of constructing entirely new buildings gradually. Then after these options are presented, we'll talk to you about phasing, construction phasing, so as to prevent anyone from being displaced. So this results in 314 new units and 25 new buildings. And it's a courtyard complex design to enhance safety, so that all eyes will be on the inside of the complex. Okay. Option 3 also consists of the courtyard complex, but it has 347 total new units, and it's got a little bit reduced parking, but of course these two options facilitate the complex being gated more easily. Yes. This is option 4, and this one, it was just similar to option 2, but it consists of the addition of the possibility of purchasing or acquiring 2 adjacent vacant lots to build new buildings to house the people who will be displaced along the creek. So, and they would be permanent, of course, new buildings. So now I'd like to present Humberto Saldaña. He will be speaking on some of the sketch renderings and the proposed phasing.
Yes. Yes, sir. Well, they invited us, they heard about what we were doing, and so they've asked us to give a presentation to the WIHA board. We're very well attended. In one of the meetings, we had two meetings with them. Representatives from City Council were present.
Yeah.
And in the second meeting, Councilwoman Castillo, a representative, was there. So we had pretty good meetings, but this is a meeting that we have twice a month, and they invite the entire community to tell them what they're doing. They're doing all kinds of things, helping the poor, all kinds of functions that they raise money for the poor. During Thanksgiving, they give turkeys to everybody at Lincoln, things like that, that they have activists.
I was very glad to hear that.
So-
And secondly, this option 4 sounds like a interesting idea.
There are so many vacant properties around the Lincoln that is, even, I don't know if you read in the newspapers 3-4 days ago, where the city is offering these lots to developers to develop them. And so this is a great opportunity for this board to perhaps look at that and see if the footprint of Lincoln could be expanded, that we need, is sorely needed in this community, more housing. And so that would enhance, more housing would enhance the major arteries that we have in Zarzamora and Culebra in businesses. The more footprint you have in residents, of course, that will enhance the business community a whole lot. So, yeah, we were asked to be there twice, and we were delighted to be there when we had to present our master plan. The Pastor Robinson is a very is the leader of the community, and also very outspoken about the fact that he's asking himself questions like why was what was the U.S. Army thinking in those days? You know, that was when the Second World War was just starting, when this buildings were built. And so what made the U.S. Army put us here in the middle of the flood area? And so that question, of course, nobody knows the answer. And so we have to deal with that. How do we resolve that question? Well, as a result, look at that beautiful park that some of these schemes shows. That area in green that you see in the center, that's where the flood area is. That's what 8 buildings are affected by the floodplain. In a minute, John Spiegel would tell us about our negotiations with FEMA. What do we need to do to resolve that problem? So this park that we're creating is badly needed. I personally visited several residents on the east side of the complex, and they've asked me, please, can you move us to the west part of the complex, because my children cannot cross the creek. It's very dangerous. And so we want to move to the east side because Garrett is there. They have a park there. But of course, that park is always, the big guys are taking over, playing soccer. The middle school kids occupy it. So there's no chance for the 3-4 years old to go to Garrett most of the time, not all the time, of course. So it was a pretty good discussion with all the people at WIHA, and we learned a whole lot from them, what they needed. We invited also the Residents' Council, all 6 ladies that helped us gather all the questionnaires. We went door by door, as we explained it to you last time. These 6 wonderful ladies that helped us, we paid them a little bit. And so they knocked on doors. Each one of them had 40 residents to approach, fill out the questionnaire. The questionnaire was a 3-page questionnaire. in English and Spanish. And so these ladies were incredible. They were the leaders of the community, and so we achieved a whole lot through them. And so we have the questionnaires, and we are furnishing the opportunity home with that information. So based on that, but the stakeholders were very firm and very clear about what these buildings represent to them. I don't know if you know that the major fault of these buildings, not only structurally, but the fact that all the stairs are exterior, and a lot of the families share stairs to go up to their living quarters, and so that's a major conflict that the families have in terms of getting along. And this complex was designed as a residential complex. One family lives on the bottom level, another one on top, and so leaky plumbing, noise, stairs, and that sort of thing creates a great deal of problem. Totally different from Alazan. Alazan was built well. It was built using the townhome concept, where one family owns the first floor and second floor throughout Alazan. And this, Lincoln, was the reverse. For some reason, they decided to have one family on the first floor, another one on top, and so it creates a whole lot of problems. And so we talked about that with WIHA, and so they think that sharing of the stairs and sharing of two levels of families creates a whole lot of problems, and they all wish strong desire to have new buildings. Ms. Garrett talked about the segregation time in those days and in the 40s, and they were asking themselves the question, why are we here in the middle of the flood area? And so she expressed not historical value to the buildings. He was asking for a little historical type of, like, old photographs of what life was like in those days. So they did not express a desire to keep the buildings from a historical point of view. As you all know, also Lincoln has serious structural problems. The floor slabs kind of float in the center. Through the years, erosion has eroded the soil underneath, and that's where all the cats and mice live. And so they all go upstairs at night, and so 90% of the residents say, yeah, we have mice problems continuously. And so,
Mr. Saldana, can you start going through the your renderings?
Yes, of course. These are very preliminary renderings that just to show the scale and the character of what we're trying to achieve, a more relaxed, architecture-friendly, open, and later on we'll be able to furnish you with final renderings of what we're thinking about. This is what we call the courtyard. This is a courtyard concept where buildings surround the courtyard for parking and area for the children to play. Another shot from the street, looking at the scale of the three-story buildings. This idea was presented to us by the residents. The residents say, our kids need a bookstore, a library in their neighborhood. They don't have anything right now. So they suggested that the first floor of the three-story buildings could be converted into business. One of them could be a grocery store, the bookstore, salon, a panaderia, and that sort of thing, that what the residents would own these buildings, they would live upstairs. So the family would live upstairs and they would handle their own business downstairs on the first floor. And so this was very attractive to the residents. How do we, instead of going all the way to H-E-B to get a gallon of milk or whatever, they have their own groceries. So that was very appealing to them. as a way to show, let's suppose that the floor plan or the concept plan involves using new construction. As a way to have the least disruption of the families during construction or development, we will start with this corner with the 2 3-story buildings. And that, the existing residents of those 2 units, they're 1 story only, we will move them to units that are vacant right now. We have approximately 38 to 40 vacant units right now, waiting to be maintained. A lot of them have broken windows and other plumbing. So that will be the very beginning of the development. Start with the second phase. We would include in our specifications guidelines for the general contractor to follow in such a way that all the residents are not so disturbed and so relocated temporarily. So second phase, third phase, fourth, 5 phase, 6 phases. So the entire complex will be done in it will last probably 3.5 years to complete. Then at that time, the buildings in the center will be demolished. All the flood the flood buildings that are located in the flood plain will be demolished, and then this beautiful park is gained. It's for the children and the seniors, and so that's a great addition to the complex. One of our buildings at Lincoln, as you can see, the stairs are on the sides. That door in the center, I don't know if I have a pointer. The door in the very center of the building, it leads to 2 families upstairs and using the same stair. And so to me, and the residents, that's a major source of disagreements between families. And that represents the number of families, 1 downstairs, 1 upstairs, throughout all the buildings. At Alazan, it's totally different. The unit on the left-hand side, number 1 family lives upstairs and downstairs. So they control the whole little building. It's called the townhome concept. And then our consultant, John, would tell you very briefly about what has been done with FEMA, our negotiations with FEMA. John?
While John comes up, I just had a quick question on the parking lots and the parking lot area, and then the child, I think it was like a playground yard area. Did the residents express any concern of having those so close to each other?
They did.
And the rendering, I think it was this one. Oh, go back. That.
Yeah, this is a courtyard concept where all the residents in these units would park in the center and also provides a green area. What we were proposing is to have a gate for security on the west end, and so they will control the gate at all times. The gate would open at 6 in the morning and closes at 10 o'clock at night, but all the residents will have a clicker to open the gate. So this whole area, the courtyard, is totally secure from vandals and other people that right now have access. So this interior courtyard is totally secure. The kids can play around it, and so they were concerned about the number of parking spaces. They didn't have enough, and so we said, well, we can put all the parking inside the courtyard. I don't know if I answered your question.
What kind of concerns would we have, though, about, say, like in your rendering, you've got kids playing so close to
Yes.
cars coming in and out?
Great question. The residents suggested a fence, of course, a fenced area around the parking. Yeah. That's what it was shown to us, saying you can combine the parking area and playground, so we need a fence divider between the 2 areas. Yes, sir.
Or even some sort of like design structure that was like, you know, the big
Concrete
blocks
something.
for sitting that creates kind of like a plaza feel, but also is some sort of barrier so that a child isn't just prone to run into the park, something to stop them, but that still looks nice and isn't an eyesore and is versatile.
They're playing with soccer ball, it'll go over the fence.
Great idea, great idea. This again, there are just concepts of what on the right-hand side, you show the courtyard right in the center with the parking. As you can see, there's a lot of green area around it that the kids can use and families get togethers. And so how do we divide that? These are just very conceptual studies that we haven't developed details yet. Any other questions?
Saldana, I have one comment. I've noticed along the street, Elmendorf, there's a fair amount of traffic through there because it's a public street, right? And if there was a way that we could have the city abandon that street so we could incorporate it into the development and flow the traffic in a different way, I think that would be much safer for the families.
Very good. That's we will consider that with them. Right now, they're using it for parking. They park on both sides of Elmendorf, the residents. So if we design the plan where the parking on marked in yellow, if we do that and put a fence around it for the residents' security, then that will be a good answer. And then we can close Elmendorf totally. Yes. There's all kinds of variations of these master plans that, again, these are just concepts right now. But this one, for example, is keeping most of the units in place. And the buildings on Orange will be, of course, new buildings.
Working with the city council person for that district, I think will be real important, because the residents are aware of the high crime, and the residents are aware that we need something very different than Alazan. And I think that working with the city council person will be very helpful in making sure that the city works with us, Ed, in bringing this to a better place. I think what we've had in the past 50 years just isn't what we need in the next 50 years. And I think that the city's aware of that, and I think that they would cooperate with us.
Very good. Yes. Absolutely.
Y'all did, you engaged the residents November 4th and November 10th?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
How many residents?
The second meeting, we only had the residents' council, the 7 ladies that helped us with we invited all the residents, but since it was at 9 in the morning, all the moms are busy delivering babies to schools and that sort of thing. So we had only the residents' council attending. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But
So your options, your plans were based on what information that they gathered then?
That is correct. The 7 ladies that we asked to do the questionnaires, they went door by door and they got questionnaires filled out by more than 50% of the residents. So we were relying on that information totally, and we presented that to the WIHA people, and so they acknowledge the fact that the residents have spoken. And we're continuing, as of this moment, we're continuing getting more questionnaires to make sure that we have the majority of the residents' opinions recorded. Yeah.
But y'all personally, have y'all met with the residents? sat with
Absolutely.
them?
Absolutely.
And how many is that?
Well, I think
We did in-person resident meetings in July and August, and then we also started going door to door, and so we got a few responses that way, and then we realized they didn't really necessarily, they didn't know us, so most of them didn't want to open their doors to us.
Yeah.
So that's when we thought, okay, let's hire some ladies who are familiar faces, and they were very enthusiastic. And also, it's not just, the surveys are not just multiple choice. There's narratives in there. People explained about their personal experiences. So even though we didn't collect some of them ourselves, we got a really good sense of their personal narrative. They put very things in there that really matter to them. It's pretty heartwarming and pretty poignant, pretty amazing to hear some of their, difficulties and some of their joys that they put in the surveys. So, talking about, one woman said, I can't bring my friends because if they come over and we play music even just a little bit, we get complaints from the neighbors that they hear the music. And so that was kind of sad to hear. And then one woman said, I'm super blessed to be here. I'm happy because she had a period of homelessness, but she was, in a walker, and so she had difficulties, but she still felt very blessed, and she said so. And so it was kind of, it touched us reading these personal narratives.
Okay.
So.
I actually think that it's a good idea for you to look at different options of getting information from the community, because you're dealing with a very different group in a very different atmosphere at Lincoln than we are at Alazan.
Yes.
And I think what we saw at Alazan and what Mario could do at Alazan is not going to be done at Lincoln. And so I think that a good consultant comes in and evaluates the best way that they can get information from the community and utilize that criteria and information to get the information from the community. And so I think that using the substitute people who knew them and who could get information from them and could get the information that they wanted to share, I think that was a really good strategy for Lincoln. It wasn't needed at Alazan, but I think that understanding the community that you're working with and then providing the strategies that will get the information, because that's what's important. What's important is for the community to feel like they have had input into what you're doing, whether you meet with them or whether you use the persons that they know. And in this instance, using the persons that they knew probably got you much better information than if you would have kept on having meetings and having low attendance. So thank you for looking at different options.
We had to be creative in a new way.
I would like to ask, I understand that, dealing with the stakeholders in the community are important, but I think the most important part is the residents. I need to see more involvement with the residents at your meetings. Why was your meeting at 9:30 in the morning and not in the evening?
Traditionally, we have had it at 9 in the morning for some reason. I guess
Because you have people that go to doctor's appointments, taking their kids to school there, and the residents, and it's more easier usually for them to attend meetings in the evening.
In the evening, yes.
In the evenings. So possibly look into holding some of your meetings. I understand y'all only have, 7 residents out of, 400 or 500 residents? That's not really a good breakout of numbers of voices that you're listening to. So we need to get more people involved.
Well, actually, the population is a bit lower than that. It's, the whole complex was designed for 310 units. Right now, 3 of the buildings are being utilized by other functions, such as other functions that the housing, that this board has. They're not related to housing. I don't know why those buildings were.
Yeah, I need clarification on that. Do we not?
Yes.
So this Lincoln is 336 units. We do have some, what we call offline units for agencies, so we have support services at maybe, I want to say probably about 10. And then we also have, if the board remembers, we have the computer lab there that is a building that's offline that was originally, I want to say, about 4 units. So overall, there's more units available than I believe the 310, but I can go back and check. Obviously, we do have some vacant buildings, but to your point, I think we don't just count one person in a unit. There's multiple, Commissioner Casillas.
But the total number of families that we get from the management office is 289 at present. There are 40 vacant units, 38 to 40 vacant units. Some of them because they need maintenance, others they're the plumbing is broken or other reasons. But there are about 38 to 40 units vacant at this moment. That doesn't mean that they're permanent. It changes from week to week.
Right, right.
But my whole point is that you're really not hearing from the residents at these meetings. It was more the stakeholders and you know, and to me, 7 individuals don't speak for the entire community.
Well, when they
we had
to the community, they do. They went and spoke to each community person and filled out. Maybe that's what we should do is look at what they filled out, because
I think
as
there's
I'm understanding.
Showed us part of that on what they answered and how.
I think there's 2 things, right? This is a check for understanding. There was the initial survey questions, which is what the 6 community leaders went to go out and collect.
To all the residents.
To 54%, the 54% that have answered it.
Right.
Then based on that feedback, there were renderings, right? All of these options. And so that's a second opportunity to get community feedback, specifically resident feedback, right? Because we're talking about placement of things, trade-offs. You know, if we want to have more parking, then we may not have as much green space. If we want to have, more parking, it may be close to where children are at. You want, the tiendas and all of that. Can you tell us a little bit about the feedback that you've received? I think that's the part that wasn't clear to me. Who is giving feedback into the different design options? Is it the residents? And if so, how many residents? Or is it the community at large that are not residents?
The residents only gave the opinion about whether they wanted to preserve the existing buildings or new ones. That was the major question that we had from them. What are the problems right now? Of course, they talked about crime and broken plumbing and that sort of thing. But the main question that we ask is, do you have any historical sense, value to these buildings? Would you rather have new buildings? And I personally visited 8 to 10 families and to fill out the questionnaire, in addition to the ladies. But in addition to the questionnaires, we had 2 previous meetings with the residents. We did all kinds of things. We sent notices by mail. We hung leaflets on the doors, and we offered them $20 cards from HEB to attend the meetings. We had pizza and all kinds of things, paletas. But only 27 families showed up in the first meeting. On the second, we only get 24 families. So then, at the suggestion of one of our consultants, say, hey, why don't you hire the residents? They are the leaders, everybody knows them, they respect them, hire them, and that's what we did. I think it was an incredible.
And so to clarify, the residents, the 6, did they go out to get additional feedback on beyond the survey? The survey was one. The big question on the survey was about do we restore, do we rehab, or do we build new, so that we wouldn't go down a path that was going to create major community challenge, right? Where the community's like, you're tearing, another Alazan.
Right.
So we had that big question answered. Now it came time to, okay, let's put some concepts together, knowing all the challenges that exist in this community with the floodplain and whatnot, right? The original design not conducive to safety and noise and all of that. So yes. I think what's still not clear in my mind is, with these different options that you've shared, Can you all tell us who has spoken into these options? I think what we're trying to get a sense of, when we get to selecting a pathway, that we can feel confident that the people who this is going to impact, which is the residents, that the direction that we go in is going to be a strong representation of what the residents there have requested or have shared that they want to see.
Yes.
Dr. Guzman? It sounds like you're moving in the right direction, Mr. Saldana, and we appreciate that. We're getting more information now than we had previously, and so we thank you for that. Perhaps that we still have concerns, and I think they're very important, and I agree. How do we get to the next step instead of repeating ourselves? Ed, what do you think, Ed?
Yeah, and what I'm hearing you say is that at each step of the process, we need to know that you have consulted the community that lives there, so that we don't take steps that haven't been vetted by the community, because our experience has been that the more involved the community is in the planning all the way through, and that there are different steps in going from master plan to building, and I think what you're asking is, in the second step, was there community involvement, or that hasn't happened yet?
That has not happened yet. To answer your question, the residents have not seen these master plan studies. They have not. The only thing we know is that the major hurdle, would you like to keep these buildings from a historical point of view or not? And they've answered that question very firmly. So now we have approximately 4 more meetings scheduled for the residents also, and stakeholders. So we still have a lot of information to receive, to acquire.
And it might be good as you do that, there's a couple of things I heard just as an outsider listening, like picking a day and time that's conducive to the families for them to be able to show up.
Yeah.
Leveraging the leadership there, the 7 leaders that, going door to door and saying, hey, we're going to have these meetings. Look at these meetings, look at this date. This is what's going to happen in this meeting. They're going to be having conversations to elevate where you want certain things, or if it's going to be this or it's going to be that. And this is going to impact your experience and what happens, and they want your voice. So if you're not if you're not there, there may be something that happens that because the community didn't show up, right? Or maybe there's somehow that people understand what's happening at these meetings and how important they are. And if they don't want to come, don't feel like they can come, don't feel safe coming, that's a very valid, the leadership could have some of those big next pieces, right, as part of a second questionnaire or something, if that ends up being what the community responds to best. But I think you're hearing from the board saying that what the expectation is and what we would feel comfortable as the people that will have to vote on this later is that, to Chairwoman Dr. Guzman's comment, along the way, the input that we're receiving when it comes to us, that we can feel confident that it is a representation of not 6, but the majority of what the residents want who live there, because it will impact their lives. It's not going to impact ours, and so that's the level of responsibility that we hold and what we're productively paranoid about, right? We're committed to ensuring that we move in alignment with the community and that they feel like this is something that's going to benefit them. Thank you.
We'll make sure that we follow those instructions from you.
And as well, it was requested the demographics at the last meeting of what percentage were seniors and families in the community. Did you ever get that information?
We'll have to pull that information and we'll get it out to the board.
Madam Chair, one of our consultants would like to speak specifically about the lives at Lincoln.
Well, hello, board. Thank you for having us here. The questions, the dialogue that's happening is very important, and the differences in opinion or strategies are equally important because they're all very valid. The population at Lincoln is overwhelmingly single mom, And the overwhelming age is somewhere in the area of 25 years old. It's a very unique environment. In one of the meetings that we had, there was a violent outburst from a young man that was at the meeting. And it helped us to really understand why the moms don't come to these meetings. So it was intentional to use a strategy that we've used at the Avenida Guadalupe area in tougher times, which is to engage the community in the actual process itself. So finding those resident leaders typically surround the resident councils, but most definitely not just saying, hey, will you go do this, but to also value their time. So part of that strategy isn't just so much, hey, we can find some people and pay them to go and do these surveys. That's not the point. The point is, first and foremost, to understand that when you have a community that is filled with young moms, yet when you go into the street, all you see are the young men. And when you look at the percentage of young men that are the head of household, is a very, very tiny percentage, you start to see why so many people are living in fear. Not to mention the fact that when you saw the survey, that's direct information coming from the participants, it's the number one function for them, is that is mitigated. So with respect to the questions as to whether master plan can deal with crime, it most definitely can. I think the Department of Justice has an entire plan that they've given to cities to provide them a vocabulary for how it reaches the urban plan environment, right? Mitigation of crime. So it poses a very unique challenge with respect to disseminating information or putting information out, but most definitely it is probably one of the most valid. And just to use a different discipline, like in the health discipline, you have the promotora movement because the head of households don't trust doctors. So they get family members and neighbors to go into the household to talk about diabetes and things like that. In this community, it seems that model was a model that we suggested, because we've used it at the Avenida Guadalupe environment, is to say that the local guides are the ones that hold the trust, and working together as a whole, right? Then we begin to be the team at the table, right? So the future would mean that these plans end up at the doorstep with the local guide, with the participation from the team as a whole. But more than likely, you will see the lead to be the residents themselves, as they're the trusted individuals who pass through their community.
That's great, and we support that. We love the idea of unique community engagement that's taking account the realities, even if there was mamas and moms for the Lincoln redesign, right, where women know that they can come together in this space. It's not excluding anyone, it's saying, and we're creating safe affinity spaces. Even leveraging, I heard a minute ago when you all were talking about the buildings, that many of them are used, I think, Brandy, you were sharing this, by service providers, right? I think Urban Faith Ministries has a building there. I've volunteered there before. And, if there is a way to leverage those community partners who are already building relationships and have been for a long time that are on site, maybe they host for the people that leverage their services something, and that feels like, okay, we've done that before. We know the people that lead this. We know who's going to be in the room. Using all the stops, right? So I think you should hear us saying we are in support of, excited about, all using all the stops, right, to ensure that the community there's voice is lifted up. We're really excited about the transformation that will happen there and what it's going to mean for families. Mm-hmm. And what we'll feel most confident about is that it is a representation of what they want to see and that their input has been collected. Thank you so much.
Make sure to incorporate those suggestions. I think it's a wonderful suggestion, particularly with respect to having a public place for people to walk by and see what the plans are. So I'll turn it back over to Humberto. Thank you.
So Humberto asked me to do some research on Alazan Creek, which we did. We went down I don't have a slide showing the floodplain, but yeah, which should work. Yeah, the dashed area is the housing project, and the dark blue shows the floodplain. This is the floodplain that FEMA did in 2010. It's currently under study right now, and they're going to probably release it sometime next year. And if you see, right through the middle is where the housing units that are going to be under the floodplain.
Those are existing?
Yeah, existing. And so when you look up there with the park and the park areas, that's where we have a problem.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm glad you said, oh, because that's probably, because those houses are going to be flooded. They're done in 2-foot increments. So at this point right here, it's 0 water, and it comes out of the creek bed. Now, the creek bed that comes through here has concrete walls as it goes through the housing project. Up here and below, it's natural dirt back. But when they come to the housing project, because somewhere in the past, Corps of Engineers said we have to do straight walls. Well, there's so much flooding up here that it pops out of the creek bed and it floods all these units down the middle. So we asked the FEMA director, what do you do about projects in a floodplain? And that's where the city has a building rule, a 50% rule, that you can only spend up to 50% of your value of the structure.
What? Excuse me? What?
The appraised value, you appraise the value of the building, and you're only allowed to spend 50% of that value in construction.
I see.
But there's no value on it because they're owned by the federal government. You go look at the Bear Appraisal District, there's no value on it.
Okay.
So when you look at how much you value those buildings, they're not going to be valued very high, so we can't do anything to them.
Okay.
So basically, pretty much demolition. So the units in the middle will be demolished because they're going to be flooded every time it floods in a 100-year floodplain.
Yeah.
So what happens, the only thing you can do in the floodplain is if you tear the buildings down, you can't add any fill to that area. The natural dirt has to stay. You can do like 6 inches of dirt, something like that, and you can put a parking lot in, but you can't increase it. Like you say, oh, let's just raise the dirt level up. You can't do that. And you can't even landscape it. But you can build a 2-story structure, so the water can go around. And you can do various things like that, but you can't do anything that blocks the flow of the water. And it'll be interesting that when they redo the floodplain next year, it's probably going to be worse than this. But we just don't know right now because they're studying it. And they said it's under draft right now, and they're not even releasing it to the public. So it could even be worse when they redo the floodplain.
I have a question, Ed. How much property does Saha own, Trinity Home own right there?
I don't know how many acres Lincoln is, but as Brandy mentioned, there's over 300 units there, and it's several blocks
Well, do
in
we own
distance.
additional property?
Additional property in that area?
Adjacent to the-
No, we don't own any additional
It's just the
property
existing
that's
site.
adjacent, yeah.
Okay.
I'm familiar with floodplains because I lived in Baytown, Texas for 15 years, and my house was in the floodplain. It was in the 100-year floodplain, so I was happy it wasn't in the 50-year. But what was decided to do in Brownswood, which is an area off of Baytown, was to build with stilts. And so you saw most of Brownwood building in stilts because the convenience of the area to Houston was very high, and it was still a very valuable land. But what was decided is that they would only build houses that were raised. That they would not build houses on the ground. And I'm wondering, Ed, if looking at something like that and having Humberto having done this study, if that might be something that we would want to consider, or maybe move them somewhere. I think that when you've lived in a floodplain, you understand that it floods. And it's pretty devastating.
Well, we asked the city about that.
Yes.
Yeah, can we build parking on the first floor and go above it? And they says, no, you can't do that.
Right.
The city doesn't allow that. The city of San Antonio does not allow you to do that.
Yeah. And so I think we need to kind of relook at this because of this study and look at options that would be best for the neighborhood. Because what you don't want to do is make huge investitures into something that would not be the best option.
Well, that's where our initial opinion is that the houses have to be demolished because you
Yeah.
can't do anything in that
Yeah,
area.
exactly.
The FEMA director said we can put art on the walls, but you can only be art on the walls. You can't do anything in the ditch itself, in
Right.
the channel. You can't do that. We asked her about, can we put pedestrian bridges across the creek?
Uh-huh.
And she said, well, you could do that, but it's a 9-month process. It's called a conditional letter of map provision,
Mhm.
where we do a study and we have a civil engineer that says, yes, the bridge is out of the water. But it's a 9-month process where we design our work and then we submit it to FEMA and then they have to approve it. But he said
Right.
it takes 9 months.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that Humberto thought about is that there's a pedestrian bridge that actually runs across the creek, but it's not very wide.
Uh-huh.
And what happens if kids enter one area, they feel very restricted
Yeah.
to be able to walk across, that someone could come in from both ends and capture them there.
Right.
And the idea is that you really need 3 bridges across. And one of the bridge we keep coming back to is Johnson Street Bridge over here in King William. Having bridges like that, they're very open, well lit, so you feel comfortable walking across the bridge.
Okay.
And so you need pedestrian access across the creek, but you need more than just the one that's there. The one that's there is very inadequate. So we would propose doing that in the future as part of our master plan. But that's a long process, but, we're in the very beginning of the phase. Now-
You're in the very beginning of what?
Our design phase.
Your design phase?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, what happened is that the San Antonio River Authority has just opened up a new program called West Side Creek's Ecosystem Restoration. And they've already done this on San Pedro Creek, but there's 3 other creeks besides Alazon's one of the 3 other creeks, Martinez and Apache Creek. And they're going to restore the banks of the creeks over time. They're going to redo the ecosystem of the creeks.
Wow.
Now, they say they're going to do the ecosystem, but that also includes other pedestrian enhancements.
Sure.
And they're not going to do Alazon Creek, which starts up here. Turn the map over, please. Yeah. It starts at Woodlawn Lake and goes all the way down to Martinez Creek. But Bear County has already given the project $5 million for this area, and then I think they're proposing $12 million to go with the Bear County 5. So there's going to be $17 million of improvements in this area.
Wow.
And they're not going to hire the design team till 2025. So we have 2.5 years to start talking with the city planning office, Parks and Rec, to say, we want stuff here done.
Yeah.
And so we could possibly get the bridges as part of the project.
That'd be great.
And other improvements, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done along here, but this is the most important public area, in my mind.
Yes.
The public area. And we're at the very good point to start the interaction. So there was a man there, I won't mention his name, but he works for Parks and Rec, and he says, Park is already done. We've got a creek, we have a trail through there. I said, I didn't know that. Really? I drove by it a couple times, I don't see a trail. And he said, well, you need to talk to us about where we want to put some trees. I said, we need more than trees. But he said, talk to my boss. Talk to his boss, and he said, and we'll talk to Parks and Rec, and we'll start with planning department. It's a good time to start, because we're ahead of the game right now, because we can start influencing of what we need to do in this area, because we're just so far ahead of the game.
Perfect.
Because they're not going to hire the design team for January of 2025. So we're ahead of the game to be able to get to do stuff in the courts.
And do it right.
Yeah. He wants me to quit talking.
How are we ahead of the game with regards to design of the units? I'm not talking about the floodplain at this point.
No, of the environment is where we're ahead of the
But
game.
where are we? Where are you with your plan?
In the design of the units themselves?
Yeah, I've seen some renderings. You've thrown out some options.
We have not designed the units yet.
That's-
I mean-
We're not there yet.
Okay.
That's
And
not
so
part of
where,
the requirement.
man, I know, but I mean,
Yeah.
where are you with your plan? Just in your timeline?
The only thing that we prepare is a master plan option for you.
Okay.
We need some guidance from you to,
Exactly.
now you did already. You need more response from the residents. We got that. In terms of design, this board is going to say, well, out of the 5 options, we like this one here, Mr. Architect. Let's enhance, let's develop it more for your consideration. So we haven't gotten there yet. We're still in the planning stage.
Okay.
So we have a series of meetings with stakeholders coming up, one in December 15. So we'd like to share with you what happens in those meetings. And we're going to show again what the residents are saying and see what kind of report we get again from them. We're going to invite the residents to our meetings.
Okay. And that's December 15th?
Yes, sir.
Is that in the evening?
That's what we have scheduled.
Can you put up the timeline slide? Because I think that's on the timeline slide.
Yeah,
That's
let's see
the
that.
last slide that we have.
That way we can walk through what's on there.
See, do you go forward? Way at the end? There. Okay. You want me to speak about it?
As we discussed, we're in the process of shopping our preliminary plans, kind of big ideas to the larger community, the residents. And we're trying to devise some devices where it could get the most attention. We've talked about ideas like maybe utilizing our relationship with the stakeholders, like Pastor Robinson, and maybe he'll allow us to put some of our plans up on his bulletin board or, in his storefront so that people can see it and ask questions and get curious. And from that, we'll, hopefully get some more interest. And I know that a lot of the people we talked to in the first couple of meetings and even in the door-to-door interactions, they were interested in, they had questions, when will we know more? So we expect that they will want to participate, give some feedback, and let us know.
So, to answer your question, is December 15 is the one that we have already scheduled. Then in January, 17, the second meeting with stakeholders. Then at the end is what we call a master plan for your review. It's not the final.
It's missing from here.
Tentative.
So I think what would be helpful, these are very high-level plot points, right? There's December, there's January. Looking back, I think we've already talked about this a lot, right? That having 2 meetings may not, if we're looking backwards, may not deliver on what we're hoping to achieve. So what would be helpful is just a layer down of detail from this. Go back, you heard a lot of feedback today. I don't know, Ed, I'll defer to you, right? But what I'm thinking in my mind is, what else outside of the December 15th meeting and the January 17th meeting is going to happen? Like, what's the process to take what you've shared with us, go and get community input, synthesize, go and get community input again, and then bring that back to the board? And what your plan is to get more community input, right? Knowing that we want to, half of the community, 50-60% of the community, saying that they have seen this, that they have given input, that they haven't had an opportunity to engage and inform, the next steps of the process is a good bar. I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but, I think that's something that we may need to say next is like, what is expected? What are the conditions that we'll feel like confident as a board that, if this percentage of the community has put input, that we feel good that it's a representation. To me, that's like what's missing here is knowing what's going to happen next, knowing what the expectations are, communicating that with you all, and feeling aligned as a board that we'll have what we need to make decisions when we get to February.
Good suggestion, yeah, very good. We'll follow that.
Thank you.
Can you explain to me what you actually mean by stakeholders? Are those people within the organizations within the community, or is that everybody, including residents?
Everybody, including residents, elected officials, people like the WIHA people, religious leaders, everybody in the community that has interest in Lincoln. So we invited the two council persons to be attending the meetings, but in one of them they attended and the next one did not. So we're going to continue using the We Have posts, since they're so influential, in calling the council people and see if they can send the representatives. In other words, having a more wider audience to our plans. The Pastor Robinson is very helpful. He's willing to get all the entire community behind him and he wants to have all the plants on the walls at his church and invite the whole community there. That's just one religious leader. So we need other groups to be interested in Lincoln besides that.
Well, at the next meeting, I'd like to hear that you actually spoke or had more resident input at these meetings.
Very good. Good suggestion. Yes, sir. We will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions? Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sorry.
No, I think we're good. Individual items, looks, number 5, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6290, authorizing Fiesta Trails Limited as developer of Fiesta Trails transaction to include all items as listed in item 5 as well. Tim Alcott.
Hello. So, just for the board's memory, before I present my development items, I normally show where you are on the timeline. So the items we're discussing today is Fiesta Trails, Alazan, which you heard a little bit about earlier, and Viento. And so those are on there, and the yellows are under construction. The other ones are in the, I'm not sure what color that is, but burnt orange color is where they are. And so that's where we are in the process. This first one is Fiesta Trails. And can you flip that to the... And so Fiesta Trails is something we brought to the board in February of 2020. It's a long time ago because it was a 9% tax credit. And if the board remembers, 9% is the very competitive ones to get done. When we first were going through this, we normally start, we'd already be in construction, but with the construction prices getting really high, the interest rates increasing, this was held off. The nice thing about it was that the TDHCA, or Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs, allowed us more time to get this done because a lot of deals across the state were not closing because of the increased cost of construction. And so the board approved it, and then NRP was our partner on this project, and you'll see where it is, by the way. It's near De Zavala and I-10. It's a high opportunity area is what they call it because it has good schools. It's right by the HEB, if you know there, so you can walk from the HEB for the apartment complex if you look up in that area. It's by Diana's house, if she's here, so she's one of the neighbors. So hopefully we have community support. But here it is as well. It's near the medical center downtown, not downtown, UTSA, and many different things in the area that makes it a high opportunity. It has good schools. What's also really neat about this development is that whenever you do a 9% tax credits, this is a project that's costing $21 million. But normally when we do 9% deals, 10% of the units are at 30% or below AMI. You'll see this is much higher than that. This is 18 units. And so that's very unusual for a 9%. What NRP did a really good job with, and the team has worked on, is finding other funding sources for this. And so the city has worked with us to get us additional funds, and they gave us about $1.3 million in home funds, about $1.5 million in CDBG funds. So whenever we buy this back at year 15, the debt on it is about $3.5 million. And so we'll pay some of that down, obviously. But we will be getting a building that will be hopefully appreciated, but $21 million in today's dollars for about $3.5 million. This is also a great development because it is serving such a high percentage of them. They're all are below 60% AMI. 18 of them are below 30% AMI. And normally you would see only 6. And so there was negotiations with the city whenever they're giving us additional funds, that we'd also would help, doing deeper affordability. And so this does have city council and, their support, obviously, because they gave us more funds on this. That is it. So we're asking for approval to close on this transaction. We will be closing on it by the end of the year. And, excuse me, we'll be going towards a financial closing. We're asking to approve the project. I think I might have some more slides. Let's see here.
And as usual, there's no upfront cost to us.
Oh, yeah, we have there's no cost to us. We put no funding in it at all. So this is almost all paid for by tax credits. The city is putting some funds into it, but this Opportunity Home is not putting any funds into it, but it does achieve our mission.
Without any other questions?
I make a motion to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Looks like, Mr. Tim, you're up as well. Consideration and appropriate action regarding 6291, authorizing the Los Vadas Public Facility Corporation multifamily housing revenue bonds for Viento Apartments, and all the items as outlined in 6 on the agenda.
Yes. And so this is Viento Apartments. It's on the south side by UTSA, Texas A&M South. I'm not sure, probably using the wrong terminology, but whatever it's called down there.
Alto.
What's that also? But I think Texas A&M, Texas A&M San Antonio. Thank you very much. But it's near there, and there it is, Texas A&M San Antonio. So it's Highway 151 and 1604. It's by, I guess, close to, Rolling Oak, I'm not sure, downtown medical center. So that's the city has all the phases, the different areas where they're looking to build. This is in the Texas A&M quadrant. I got confused on that slide there. It's 324 units. We are not a partner in this transaction. We are only issuing the bonds on it. We had leftover bonds from Alzon a long time ago in a project called San Juan, or St. John's, excuse me, but in English it's St. John's. And so we had some 3-year carry forward of bonds. And so the developer came to us and said, rather than those bonds going to waste because they go back to the federal government, if we can provide some affordable housing, will you be willing to issue those bonds? And Ed and I talked about it. And we brought this to the board actually before, I believe. And so where the board did approve us to issue the bonds for this project, it's $38 million. We get a 2% bond issuance fee on this, so we'll make about $720,000 there, or $760,000. I think we have transactional costs about $150,000, so we'll make about $610,000 on this. There's no liability or exposure to us. The San Antonio Housing Trust will be the partner on this project, so we're issuing the bonds on behalf of this project that the San Antonio Housing Trust will be in. However, when we negotiated this, we said, well, if we're going to give you these bonds or issue the bonds, we want to have the option, if we want to do it, to buy the apartment complex at year 15, much like the other project, and they agreed to that. So we may have the opportunity, we'll see what it looks like in 15 years, see what the debt is on it, but we'll have the opportunity to buy it for the outstanding debt on the property. So that was just something that we added to it, just to give us that opportunity. So, but we're not in the transaction. You can see it's an $18 million development cost, and we are only issuing the bonds on the project. We're not the landowner or anything else, and we have no exposure.
You mentioned Alazan. What
Did I say
implication?
Alzon? I misspoke.
Yeah, he
What
misspoke.
implications? You misspoke?
Yeah, I misspoke. I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is not Alzon.
I just want to make sure that.
Oh, St. John.
St. John.
I'm sorry. This is what I said. Yeah. So let me
Oh,
explain.
that's when it's the same
Yeah,
one.
so we asked for bonds for St. John's and Alazon,
Okay.
but the Alazon that did not go forward a long time ago.
Okay.
And so we had leftover bonds from those projects. So those bonds that were not being used, I was able to reuse them here, which is just a funding mechanism where you're able to get.
But we won't need them when we are
Correct.
funding Alazan itself.
Absolutely, that's correct. And they would expire anyway by December.
They would expire, okay.
By this
All right.
December, so we'd have to be under
Okay.
construction really
Okay.
quickly.
Okay,
So
so
that was the Alazon connection.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Otherwise, they could have went to Alazan.
If we could build it by December, yes.
If you can build it by December. If there are no other questions, take a motion.
I move to approve.
Second?
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Not for Tim.
And he's still here. Consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6292, authorizing the award of a contract for architectural and related services for the Alazan expansion development to Alamo Architects for an amount not to exceed $865,500.
Okay, so,
It's for
so this is actually Alazan. So you saw Jim Bailey here earlier with Able City, and he is the architect. And so the city, we applied for bond funding on this, and if we assume we get that bond funding, which we're highly probable to do, but we'll find out in December, they had a production schedule by this within 2 years, you have to have the bonds expended and built. And so when we were talking with the team, they said, Tim, it'd be really nice if we could get started on this right now. And we do know that, we're confident we're going to get some funding and that Alazan expansion will actually happen. And so this is a contract for Alamo Architects to begin the work. And so you'll see here in the board memo the fees on this. So you'll see there's a basic architectural design, community engagement, construction observation. And so, and it goes on the next page as well. But what we did is we've worked with Alamo on many different projects with Franklin and other groups. We compared these fees that were on here compared to other projects that we had worked on with them to make sure they were in line. And so we did that sort of due diligence. So we feel comfortable that these fees are very comparable to what we paid or our partners have paid with them because we have access to all that information. And also, as Jim mentioned, he's been working with Santo Opportunity Home for about 25 years, and they specialize, I don't know if they specialize in it, but they do a heck of a lot of them, of tax credit developments. And this is not a tax credit development, but on all these sort of developments, these sort of development plans, they know what is needed, what's expected. They also listen to us when we wanted to make green initiatives on this, because if we can have less electricity bills, that helps our tenants, so they have more money in their pocket every month with that. With that. So we did ask them to provide this proposal, which we're bringing you today, and we feel confident that they'll do a really high-end project. So I'm asking for approval to approve Alamo Architects for $865,000. And includes all the subs that are listed in the board memo.
Are there any questions?
What happens if we don't get the city money and we've gone into this agreement?
If we don't get the city money, we would fund the balance with our own resources.
Okay.
We have sufficient set aside in this year's budget to be able to do that.
Great. Okay.
And I'm extremely confident we will get it.
Yeah.
I move that we approve.
Thank you.
I second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6293, authorizing the award of a contract for interior-exterior design and purchasing management services for Snowden Apartments to Studio 65. Lorraine Robles.
Hi, good afternoon. This particular item is in reference to our Snowden Senior Apartments. We just closed on financing on October 6th, and we broke ground on construction on October 16th, so it's currently underway. And this particular aspect of it has to do with furniture, fixture, and equipment for the common areas, both interior and exterior. And so we issued an RFP for a designer to come in, and the interiors have already been designed, but now this particular contract requires that this firm purchases, stores, and then installs the furniture, fixture, and equipment when it's ready. And so we have selected Studio 65 through the procurement process for an amount not to exceed $464,100. The base contract is actually at $417,000, but we've added some contingency. And again, with that contingency, it will not exceed that amount. This is already included in our development budget, so it's already covered. It's no additional cost. We just needed to procure this additional service to make sure it's covered. Are there any questions with regard to this? And if not, Muriel can tell you about the procurement process.
So, next slide. So we heard you, and what we did was added some slides regarding the procurement process. Next slide. So we actually put out a request for proposals, which closed on October 5th, 2022. It was published on multiple websites. It was directly solicited to 2,931 vendors. We only received one response. However, we did evaluate it, and we evaluated it based on the qualifications and experience, proposed staff qualifications, our quality assurance plan, price proposal, and strength of Section 3 and SWIMBY plans. And Studio 65 Inc. scored an 89.33 out of 100. And so staff recommends awarding to Studio 65 the respondent to the RFP. Next slide. For the financial impact, the current award recommendation is not expected to exceed an amount of $464,100. And as Lorraine mentioned, the award includes a base bid of $417,000, an approximate 10% or so contingency of $47,100. And the funding source for this project will be a construction loan, MTW funds, and/or tax credit equity.
Fantastic slide. So clear. It's lovely.
I understand.
Love it.
Have we worked with Studio 65? Have we worked with Studio 65?
And the difference here is that we're actually the developers. We work with them with other developers, but we're the developer on this particular project.
Okay. No other questions? I'll accept.
I move that we approve Resolution 6294.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6294, authorizing the award of a contract for elevator modernization at Via Trancasi to Otis Elevator Company through Omnia Partners. George Ayala.
Hector Martinez.
But Hector instead, yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm pleased to bring you this item for your consideration. This is for an approval to enter into an agreement with an elevator contractor for elevator modernization services at the Via Trancasi Apartments. Via Trancasi is a 11-story senior disabled high-rise in our public housing portfolio, located just west of downtown San Antonio. The building was built in 1967, so a lot of the original elevator equipment is still in place, still running. We've had some repairs and upgrades throughout the years, but we have not done a full modernization at Via Trancasi like we're planning on doing with this item. So a full modernization, it's going to basically provide as close as you can to a brand new elevator. From the elevator pit to the elevator shaft, every floor in between, and including the elevator machine room up on the roof. It's going to provide for new finishes, new flooring, new interior cabs, new stainless steel doors at every level. A lot of nice safety features too are going to be upgraded, including emergency response. So it'll provide for 24/7, 365 monitoring of the elevators. It'll send a trouble signal directly to dispatch all hours a day, so there will be an emergency response at all times. But we're going to replace virtually every piece of the elevator, the hoistway, the ropes, the controller is the big part there, the new governor for safety. A nice feature we're adding to this one, we're going to add two components to sanitize the air within the car. So when people are riding together, especially at a senior complex, we want to keep them safe. And so we're providing for an air scrubber that'll be directly mounted to the to the fan in the ceiling of the elevator car, and also lights that'll scrub the air using ultraviolet light. And those are well-proven methods to kill viruses in the air and keep it nice and sanitary. We included also for as much vandal-resistant and durable parts and pieces as possible. There's a nice component to this where it will not let someone go on and press all the buttons to be a nuisance. It'll cancel that out. And so it'll recognize when someone's trying to be up to no good. So this is a critical component to the safety and comfort of our residents, especially at a senior high-rise, getting in and around the building. There's a long lead time these days for elevator equipment, so we want to get this out and get started on it right away so we can work on this probably in the spring. And the way they'll do it is they take one car down at a time, work on that car. When that's finished, they'll do the other car and then do a final inspection. If any issues happen while one car is being down and worked on, any issues that happen on the other car, the worker's already going to be there. And we provided an option. We opted for an alternate ad of about $25,000 for an accelerated schedule to have them work evening and weekends to reduce the downtime of these elevators. Yes, sir.
How long is that going to take?
They're estimating about 13 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, for the start to finish.
Yes, 13 weeks start to finish. 18 there's an 18-week lead time for the materials, so we want to hurry up and get that ordered because that's a elevator service. Obviously, is critical at our high rises.
13 weeks per elevator.
Per elevator. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't clear that.
Did we consider, or did we price out what a brand-new elevator would be, just flat, brand, everything?
Yes.
And installed?
Again, this is about as close, almost everything in there is going to be brand new.
Yeah, it sounds, yeah, but what isn't brand new?
Some door tracks, so they went and set everything on every floor. There's some components that don't need to be replaced, so a little bit of cost savings there, but those are like permanently fixed hardware kind of things. A lot of the machine room is still okay, the elevator pit. They're just making everything better, and they're bringing it up to code, to modern code.
So the buckets will be new and cables, everything?
Yes, all new ropes.
The panels, everything?
Especially that.
I know they did a major upgrade of the elevators there probably 20 years ago, so I guess it is in need of it again.
Yeah, and there was the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, otherwise known as ARA.
Uh-huh.
And back then, Saha, as we were known, invested heavily in elevator improvements. But as far as I know, none of those projects were a full modernization. And so
I know it was down for, my parents lived there, so I know that the elevators were down for a long time. And they worked a lot better after they were done. I'm all in agreement for having this work done, and so you're going to be going to different buildings as we go along? Okay.
I heard from Brandy this morning early, we want to start this process on Fair Avenue, which is fantastic. We have an elevator modernization that we just finished at Victoria Plaza. We're going to do this at Via Trancasi. We're going to invest in this at Fair Avenue.
Parkview needs
then
it
Parkview
too.
will be the last one.
WC White, their elevators are breaking down quite often too. Yeah, I know there's some that, I mean, like the one on Fair Avenue and Parkview are like probably top of the list right now.
Commissioner Guzman, I'm sorry, you asked about cost.
Yes.
We reviewed their base bid actually was spot on to what I had estimated to should be based on our most recent modernization. And it's hard, cost estimating in this market is very difficult. And I was very pleased when I saw their cost proposal.
I just don't want for us to regret not getting a brand-new one.
I think we're going to celebrate this elevator.
Okay.
No other questions? I'll take a motion.
Oh.
Oh, you want to go to the procurement process? I apologize, she's got her slides.
Okay, so this procurement was a little bit different because HUD allows us to basically utilize cooperatives when it comes to expediting procurement processes. And so we were able to identify a cooperative that had done put out a solicitation for elevator services, repair, maintenance, and inspection/testing. Parts and modernization that closed on June 3rd, 2019. So that was the University of California through Omnia Partners, who we are a part of that cooperative. They awarded several contracts, of which one was to Otis Elevator Company. That was effective on October 1st, 2019. And then the contract has an initial 5-year period with the ability to extend for another 5 years. So we have utilized Otis Elevator Company before for elevator maintenance and repair services, and then they were also awarded a contract for pre-maintenance services as well, and they've performed satisfactory under all of the awards. So staff received a proposal from Otis, which Hector was very happy to see the cost that was deemed reasonable and recommends award of the contract. So the current award recommendation is not expected to exceed an amount of $820,087 with a base bid in the amount of $611,885, alternates in the amount of $133,649, and an approximate contingency as well. And then funding for this project will be the capital fund program and/or available reserves.
I motion to approve.
We have a first or a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
thank you, guys.
Get to work, Hector.
Item number 10, update and discussion regarding our fiscal year 2022 MTW report. Richard Milk.
Good afternoon, everybody. So this is, next slide, please. This is a summary of, I have the slides. And we provide 2 reports to HUD every year. One is actually the MTW plan, what we plan to do in future years, and then also an MTW report which describes what we accomplished in previous fiscal years.
Yeah, you can.
As long as you have your own slide.
Yeah.
If you've got the slide, we can still see it.
Okay, great. So just a quick refresher on what MTW does. MTW is a special designation that allows us to seek waivers, regulatory waivers from HUD, and do things that other housing authorities may not be able to do on a regular basis, including funding fungibility, which means we're able to take funds from public housing, from Section 8, from capital, mix them together and use them in ways that make sense to us, which other housing authorities cannot do. So in exchange for those superpowers, HUD requires us to stay focused on 3 statutory objectives, and they score us on this every year. And those are increasing housing choice for low-income households, supporting self-sufficiency efforts, and increasing cost effectiveness and efficiency. So they look at those statutory objectives every year as part of our contractual arrangement with HUD. As part of this MTW report, we're also presenting today our compliance results. So HUD does a compliance review every year, and they just completed the FY21 compliance report, and we are in compliance. The slide that's about to come up shows you how there's 5 categories of compliance that they look at. Right there. They look at how many households we serve that are very low income, that's 50% AMI or fewer or below, whether we have reasonable rent policies in place, whether we're serving substantially the same number of households that we would have served if we were not MTW. That's an important one. Whether we're serving the comparable mix of family sizes that we would have if we were not MTW, and whether we're meeting housing quality standards. Just a note on that final one, we were not rated on that one on FY21 because REAC inspections were put on pause for that year, and so that was not part of this year's process, but it will be for the next one. So now switching gears, looking at FY22. So that's the report that we just submitted is related to FY22. The report follows a pretty strict format. It's very formal. There's a set of standard information that we provide every year. We update every year, including our housing stock, the number of households we're serving. So what we presented this year was there on the blue side of the slide, 16,505 MTW households, 97% of whom are at or below 50% AMI, almost $10 million in capital expenditures, and 86,000 households on a wait list.
Oh my God.
The bulk of the report is a presentation of how our MTW activities are doing. And an activity is a use of a waiver. So when we seek a regulatory waiver, we put it into effect towards one of the statutory objectives. So we have 17 active activities. 7 are on track, 8 are behind, and 2 we're closing out in we did close out in FY21. And so I'll go through these in a sequence, if I can get it to move. Can you help me, Sarah? All right, so the first group of activities is cost efficiency, cost effectiveness. We have 6 activities under this category. 2 are on track, 3 are behind, and 1 is closing out. The 3 that are behind plan showed a lot of errors in higher than average, higher than before, errors in calculations. And those are due largely to having a lot of new staff, a lot of turnover, so folks that are still figuring out the training and putting that into effect due to pandemic conditions. So I think that will, as we get the training up to speed, that will get back on track. I'm not particularly concerned about that. One example of a cost efficiency activity, just to give you a little more detail, you get a sense of how these waivers are being used. This is a description of one activity, the alternate recertification process. There's 3 sets of waivers that we put into effect to lighten to streamline the workflow and to lighten the burden on both our residents as well as staff. So one piece of this is an alternate schedule. Normally, households who have to come in every year to recertify. Under this waiver, they can come in every 2 years or every 3 years instead. There's an alternate review procedure. So instead of having the flat rent notices go out again on an annual basis, they go out accordingly to the recertification schedule, either 2 years or 3 years. And then we also have waivers on the income verification methods. Normally, HUD allows us to accept self-certification of assets valued at $5,000 or less. With this waiver, this activity allows us to accept self-certification of assets totaling $25,000 or less. So that's an example of how we use the waivers, package them together as an activity in order to achieve our statutory objectives. The next set of category of activities are those that are focused on increasing housing choice. There's 9 of these, 5 are on track, 4 are behind plan. A lot of the same reasons for these as well. We're not closing any of these out this year. The example that we have spotlighted for today is the College and University Homeless Assistance Program. This is where we partner with Alamo colleges to help provide vouchers for homeless students. And there are kind of 4 sets of waivers that we had to secure to make this happen. One is that normally students aren't a special class for HUD, so they would just be on the regular wait list. But we've created a special wait list and a preference for homeless students. We also have some additional eligibility requirements that Alamo colleges puts into effect that, of course, would not apply in a normal housing authority. There's a limit on the portability. Normal vouchers, a tenant can take anywhere they want. These vouchers are tied to this program and that college for the period, and for a specific period of time. That's the final waiver that's in place. Vouchers don't have a time limit, but these do. These are 3-year time limited to allow for us to focus on assisting this specific population. Do we get to decide? We decided that was part of, that's part of when we craft the activity, and in conversations with Alamo colleges, we proposed that was a reasonable amount of time for this activity. Since it's our decision to make, it's our decision to change as well. So if in the future we find that that's too short or too long, we can always go back and revise it.
Input from those at the top.
We're not there yet. I don't think we've run out. We're in year 2 or so, and I think actually a lot of this was put on pause during COVID. So I think we're just now kind of restarting the process with specifically Palo Alto College and St. Philip's. Mm-hmm. So I think part of the conversation there will be looking at how do we want to streamline going forward, what's the communication, and how do we evaluate the work when the time comes to do it. Mm-hmm. Thank you. The final bucket of activities is self-sufficiency. There's only 2 in this bucket, and one of them we're closing out, the time-limited workforce housing program. That was specifically put together around a project that is no longer going forward. So we'll take this off the books. The one that's still on the books is the simplified earned income disregard. HUD has a regular earned income disregard, an EID, that is fairly complex to administer, and we wanted to have one that was a little simpler. There was HUD's program allows for takes place during a certain time period of 5 cumulative years that you could start and stop at any given moment. The waiver we secured was to allow for a continuous process with a decreasing amount of escrow as the years, with each year. We also require a supportive service arrangement in order to take advantage of the simplified EID. HUD does not allow that. And we also target public housing specifically. So that's an example of how we've used waivers to support self-sufficiency. Finally, in the report, we do include a breakout of how we've used MTW funds in FY21 and FY22. And so total there of $7.9 million with larger amounts going to public housing operating shortfall and the program administration and implementation of MTW. So that 1.8 million have a separate slide for to to spell out what the activities that money is going towards, including education partnerships like the REACH Awards, the college scholarship programs, Connect Home, the Resident Works Apprenticeship Program, health and wellness activities, and other community building activities as well.
The one that you talked about 2 slides ago that was about, can you go back 2 slides? This one, rent increase when a household income increases. I think we talked about this last time at lunch, thinking about ALICE, the asset limited income constraint employed. Is this something that would help people that fall in that category?
It might. I think it's worth looking at and seeing. I think this is designed to alleviate any concerns that residents might have that new work income might affect their rent and make their rent go up in a way that sort of negates any new income that they're getting. So so this disregards that new income for a certain period of time. So that, I don't know.
Yeah, it makes me think a lot about ALICE, right? And people who fall in that category. I mean, this was something we personally experienced. You get a little bit of money, knocks you out of the bracket, but it actually isn't enough to cover all of the services that are taken away at the same time. And so just thinking about how we look at, things like this, policy changes or ways that we use MTW flexibilities to take into consideration groups like that, our residents that fall into ALICE.
Absolutely. I think that's it. I think all I wanted to say to wrap up was that so we've submitted the report to HUD. They'll review it, and it takes them a few months to do so. And so we're wrapping up the report part of the year and starting the MTW planning part of the year. And we will use the report as a launching pad for next year's planning efforts. And I'll say at this point that we're really focused on aligning the MTW plan with our strategic plan and with our equity values going forward, and that'll be the kind of the core objective of this next MTW planning process. And open to any additional questions that you might have.
How many times can a family participate in the SEID program?
I don't know. Anybody know offhand? We can.
I want to say it's one time, but this has been a very complicated process with EID because there's certain parameters that have to be met, and it's different between Section 8 and public housing, so I'm probably going to get them crossed. And I know it's not mentioned, but this is one of the things that HUD was actually looking to do away with in some of their recent. But good thing we're, as an organization, not just through our moving to work, but through our ACOP or admin, we can not pick up increases. So we're kind of doing that already in the Section 8 side, and we're exploring to do that in public housing to avoid having to do this crazy math what HUD.
Well, the reason why I was asking is because, like the layoff number when COVID hit and revamping.
Anytime they did that, right, we reduced, but if they started getting a job, then they would report it. But, and that's what we're actually looking at in public housing is, because in Section 8, we don't require them. We pick it up at your next research, so it's 3 years. And so we're looking to do very similar things in public housing as well.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
So basically, we get $9 million for MTW activities, correct?
I don't know that I would put it that we don't get money for MTW activities. What MTW allows us to do is to take the money we get for public housing, for HCV, and for capital, and to put it to allocate
differently.
it. Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're not being an MTW agency does not give you more funding.
Correct.
Okay. It just allows you utilize your funding in different ways.
Correct.
Okay. It'd be interesting, Ed, to see what impact that difference is making. And whether in fact MTW is a good idea to give agencies these options or not.
So the biggest impact, and we're going to hear from Joel Tabar next on CDI, but we use about $2 million a year on all of our support services for residents.
Okay.
And that's money that we're able to allocate from other uses and allocate to this. So the way MTW works, it essentially creates a block grant of our funding, and we can use it for any MTW purpose. Other housing authorities across the nation that are not MTW agencies can't do that. If they get dollars for public housing, they have to be used specifically for public housing, et cetera.
Okay.
And we can also take MTW dollars. What we're doing at Alazon, for example, is using MTW funding to be able to create that first phase of new construction. So that's another benefit that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, discussion regarding community or CDI and related programs. Joel Tabar.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joel. I'm the Director of CDI, also the Interim Director of Public Housing. I was actually going to start with that. You stole my thunder. So, yeah.
Oh, well, you didn't wait long
So I'll have all the bad talking points. So you guys know that at our core, we're a housing agency, public housing, and our HCV program. We enhance housing through our CDI programs, which provide, we're the human services component of the organization. And so, so last year, we get our funding through grants. We don't get it through the annual contributions contract like our housing programs do. And so we have to go after HUD discretionary funding competitively through the grant process. And then so grants last fiscal year covered about $1.8 million of our budget, and the other 2.1 was covered by our MTW fund. And so, like Ed mentioned, not every organization has a department like ours. In essence, we operate kind of like a nonprofit subsidiary where we're very scrappy, lots of plate spinning, going after grants, administering them, that kind of stuff. And so, but by doing that, in other organizations, these programs that we administer would be assigned out to properties, but by having it centralized, we're able to better manage, grants, the delivery of services, to standardize all of that. As the slide suggests, our role is to empower and equip Opportunity Home residents to improve their quality of life, achieve economic stability, and providing self-sufficiency service coordination. It's a mouthful, I'll explain that in a bit, and then supportive services and resident engagement activities. Next slide, please. So this slide is a little outdated, forgive me, Richard. We've been working with policy and planning on our strategic plan specifically for the CDI department. And it's expanded a little bit, it's a little different. So we've grouped our population into 3 different categories. Number 1 is our youth, and our first strategic outcome is that resident youth graduate from high school. The second category is work-able residents. Work-able is a HUD term, it is not an Opportunity Home term, but it essentially means any family that is earning income, earning wages, that is not on a fixed income, and ostensibly should be able to go back to work. So for work-able residents, the first strategic outcome is residents are able to secure suitable employment. The second one is residents are able to maintain suitable employment. And then the third one is work-able youths between the ages of 17 and 22 years old are engaged in either training and education or they are in the workforce. So of all of the things that we could potentially be focusing on through this strategic planning process. I haven't gotten to the older adults yet. These are just helping us to direct our efforts to measure what our outputs are and to see if we are moving the needle in any of these specific strategic goals. And then older adults and disabled. So the first one is the older adult population are able to age in place. And then the last one is disabled residents are able to live at their desired independence. So kind of vague, and there's room there. There are strategies attached to each of these outcomes, and to each of those strategies there are outputs and activities that we have. But that would be a whole nother presentation. So we're going to move on, just showing you how we're trying to define what it is we're doing. Next slide, please.
Before you move on, just a comment on that. I really appreciate the strategies behind this. I think that they're fantastically aligned to trying to move the needle on economic mobility through educational attainment and workforce. So kudos to the team. One thought that came to mind when you were sharing the goals and descriptor for older community, age in place. And so I just thought about like a qualifier that would be really helpful, like age in place with dignity, or something that isn't, can you age in place and still have that be a bad experience?
Yeah.
Yes, right, if you're not able to do so with dignity. And so that's just the only thought that came to my mind.
No, that's perfect.
Joel, real quick.
Yes.
CDI they're the ones now that are the caseworkers?
Yes.
Like the ones in the community rooms and?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
So over the years, they've gone by many names: caseworkers, case managers. We call them RSCs, Resident Service Coordinator, which is a perfect segue into this slide. So primarily what we do is self-sufficiency service coordination, a HUD-defined term. So many of you know that service coordination is everything in the left-hand side of the slide, and then what it is not is everything on the right. So we do not duplicate services. We do not handle resident funds. There's quite a few things that we have to draw the line because then we would be stepping outside of our scope. So what our team is very good at is being knowledgeable of all of the services that exist in the community, whether it be nonprofits, churches, government organizations, and knowing what the best service to connect a resident to, whatever their needs are. And so that is what we do. And so resources, facilitators, motivators, champions, and all of those things. Next slide, please.
Quick question again.
Yes, sir.
You said they are not organizers or leaders of resident councils.
Correct.
When I was president, is that changed? I remember they used to be the ones that overlooked the resident councils, and they were the ones that would be a signer on the accounts of the resident council monies and stuff.
Right.
Has that changed?
No, so there is a fine line there. So we are supporters of resident councils. We train them, we guide them on the correct process in order to comply with HUD regulations on resident councils in order to receive those tenant participation funds, but we do not organize. Resident councils are meant for residents to organize themselves.
But they're still there as if we need assistance, and they're still, because there was a time that there was with the property manager and the CDI person.
Right.
And, they were like, no, it's not supposed to be you, it's you. And, so I just wanted to see if that was still the case, that they still serve as an overseer.
Correct. And so what has happened, there are always trade-offs, for every organizational structure. So for many years, having CDI separate and apart from public housing really kind of sequestered all of the human services folks into their own department, and the communication with the property management side of it was very little. And so since I've been in this dual role, I've been trying to pull them back together and better integrate them. So not only is there better communication, but also in those areas of the organization where perhaps the human service touch has maybe has dwindled a little over the years, to re-inject it back into who we are as an organization.
And since you're talking about who they are and who they're not, also, I know in the past they would help residents with applications or stuff, and then I remember one time, especially the ones that have language barriers, that can't read English and stuff like that, they would go in and they would help them, and then all of a sudden it came to a stop and said, no, they don't do that anymore.
When was that?
This was earlier in the year,
Earlier this year?
or last,
Okay.
or last year. They were helping, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, we don't do that anymore.
Okay, so
And
I don't know if that's
especially the seniors. They're
So, because I don't recall ever giving that direction, or ever would I give that direction, it's hard to distinguish between if it's representative of all of the service coordinators or that one. And so we always have one-offs where it's an isolated incident, so I hesitate to say that all of them stopped doing that.
And I don't know if where it came from or whatever, but basically and it may have been the person before at Parkview who they have now. Valerie, I think, is there, or Veronica.
So again, going back to trade-offs, is that in other organizations that do not have a centralized CDI department, that staff would be assigned out to property. They would report to the property manager. When we have them, when we're centralized, so those of us who are in the leadership positions within the department are here at Central, but they're all out at properties, and so it's kind of difficult to have that level of oversight because they don't have a direct supervisor out on site. And so those are the things that we're kind of dealing with, and I'm reporting back to Ed and Brandy about some of the challenges that the current organizational structure has right now. And so we're working on it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, sure. All right, so service coordination is not just, all right, let me refer you and good luck. It does involve case management. There are 7 steps in our case management. Proactive engagement and outreach, fundamentally important because systemic barriers, there is the perception of the benefits cliff that prevents some of our residents from wanting to enroll in programs that might push them closer to that cliff, meaning that, if they do start to advance towards self-sufficiency, they may be afraid that they're going to lose their benefits. But there are also, the biggest systemic barrier we have is childcare. That, if without adequate resources for childcare in the community, how is a single mother of 3 or more children, it's less expensive to not go to work and, take care of the kids. So we're always pushing proactive engagement and outreach, although a couple of our programs do have a financial incentive, and that's very helpful, but a few of our other programs do not, because they're not built into it, and HUD doesn't fund us for that financial incentive. Intake enrollment, we do needs assessments. The assessments vary depending on the program and the population. For example, our older adults get a different assessment than our families. Goal setting, and then the actual service coordination part of it, where we refer them out. We have resource fairs, we do lots of stuff. And then monitoring the progress, collecting the data, that way we can have good data to report out. And then in some cases, particularly the ones with the financial incentive, we have to formally exit them out of the program. I'll go into a little bit more detail in a second. Next slide, please. So as service coordinators, we have to be entrenched within the service ecosystem in San Antonio. So I'm always going to United Way meetings. We're part of a San Antonio Ready to Work consortium led by Workforce Solutions. We work very closely with Family Service Association, Project Quest. The list goes on. We have a list of probably about 150 or more partnerships at varying degrees. Some of whom we have MOUs with, data sharing agreements. Some of them we have leases for services in lieu of rent at our available office spaces or our offline units at properties. And so we're looking at ways, we're re-looking at all of those leases and the service agreements and everything that we have going on to ensure that not only are we holding our partners accountable, they're holding us accountable, and we're making sure that our residents gets the best services that they can get. And so, having services available on site where the residents are is hugely important. And so a lot of partners are coming to me now asking, how can we get on site? So just yesterday, I met with R3 Student Outreach, who's going to be doing an after-school tutoring program at our Casiano site. We were actually approached by 11 kids out of California that has a lot of four-star generals. The former Chief of Staff of the Air Force, the Joint Chiefs, General Goldfein is on their board. They do an after-school program, and we are actually renovating our community room at Riverside Apartments to accommodate them. And we're investing some money into that also. And so we have a lot of good partnerships that are gaining momentum right now, especially post-pandemic. Post-pandemic, there's a huge lull there. It was hard to get to residents, and our service providers were kind of suffering for it. So,
Is there a quick question on that?
Sure.
You mentioned childcare issues. Is the childcare issue during the day or after school that you found is like the biggest need?
when I was talking about the single mothers? In order for them to get back to work, I don't have that information available on me.
Just makes me think about as you're mentioning these after-school programs that are coming in, I don't know if we've explored in the past or what the history looks like with childcare centers within the properties for families, like giving the families that live there preference and then, making them sustainable by allowing others if there's space, but.
Yeah, I've heard the chair mention that before too. And so, yeah, so right now what we're doing, since post-pandemic, we're open back up. By default, because our communities have the population that our partners need and want to serve in order to meet their own grant requirements and the things that they need to do, the floodgates have opened and they're coming to us. And so we're managing the influx of all these service providers, and at some point we'll be able to start proactively planning what that'll be, and I'm sure a lot of that occurs at the leadership level also.
The key to it is that you are welcoming them.
Oh, yeah.
And that you are working with them. Because a lot of times when service providers have attempted to serve a population, they have not been met with staff that appreciates them, brings them in, and then says, as a matter of fact, you can have this closet.
Right.
As an office, to utilize. And so I think that your ability to create relationships that are increasing the good of our community, I think, is making a huge difference.
Yeah. I like to think so. Recently, we got an inventory of all of the available office spaces we have at all of our properties.
Great.
And so we're looking at, but the thing is also in the past with our services in lieu of rent leases, we didn't do the best job at collecting the data and holding our partners accountable to make sure that the in-kind services, the value of the in-kind services matched or exceeded what the monetary rent would have been. You know what I mean?
Exactly, yes.
And so we're trying to fix all of that right now. We're in the process of it.
That's tough.
So programs and services, this is just one way to categorize our programs and services. The huge chunk of it is our federal self-sufficiency service coordination programs, HUD language, and then the non-HUD stuff is tax credit supportive services. Whenever we do enter into the development deals for tax credit properties, we know that the owner operator of the property, they are going to have to meet the land use restrictive agreement supportive services requirements from TDHCA. And so because we do have a department within our organization that knows how to provide supportive services, we enter into those contracts, we receive payment, we invoice and receive payment from those owners, and we're out at these properties providing services also. That's not a huge part of what we do, but it is there. Next slide, please. This is what we really do, and these are our biggest programs. Our most popular program is our Family Self-Sufficiency Program, the FSS program. This is the one program that has the escrow. So anytime, this is the financial incentive, that when somebody enrolls in this program that has a 5-year contract, which requires them to meet certain goals in order to graduate, anytime during that 5 years that they receive an increase in wages, yes, the rent does go up, but we match that increase and we put it into an interest-bearing savings account called the escrow. And so at the end of the 5 years, if they're successful, they graduate, they get awarded that escrow amount. We've awarded upwards of $20,000 at a time. And although we can't dictate how they use those funds, many times they use it as a down payment on a house, to pursue higher education, their children's higher education. And so we've seen a lot of success stories. This one, we don't have to do a ton of outreach because we're typically always at our maximum, and you usually see in this program those folks who, benefits cliff be damned, I want to succeed. And those are the most inspiring cases. So that's our...
Just wait one second.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I think this is another article for the newspaper. I mean, I think that this program is really valuable. We've invested money. We've had really good luck, and I think an article in the newspaper about this, because what I'm trying to do is identify places that we're doing so well, Ed, that we need articles in the newspaper so that we can communicate to the community the kinds of things that we're doing that are making a difference in the community. And this is a huge one that we need to advertise.
Yes, thank you for that, and Michael's taking notes back there.
Yeah, take notes, Michael.
So our second most popular, but does not have a financial incentive, it's not even grant funded. At one point, HUD was funding the Elderly and Disabled Service Program through a grant, and at some point, for us legacy or programs or organizations where they embedded the funding into our public housing operating subsidy. So this one we don't even have to compete for, but I say it's one of our most popular because it is utilized heavily by our older adult population and our disabled population. And so this is at our 33 elderly and disabled sites. We have resident service coordinators assigned out there to assist, and it's a different focus. So the family self-sufficiency is primarily focused on economic self-sufficiency. Elderly and disabled service program is primarily about aging in place, living independently, health-related stuff. So that's the EDS program. Next slide, please. The Ross program. So this is where it gets a little loose. So for 23 of our family properties, the grant gives us funding for 3 service coordinators. So you can see how that totally changes what case management looks like. Yeah. So instead of doing intense case management for individuals, a lot of times they act as a concierge. Anything you need, come to me, and I'll direct you. But there's not a whole lot of follow-up because there's no financial incentive. Residents don't typically want to come back for case management, and so they do a lot of resource fairs and events at different properties. And then our Jobs Plus program, this is HUD's site-based, single site-based program it's 5 years, the length of the grant, and with the intention of getting folks back to work. And this one does include a financial incentive called the Jobs Plus Earned Income Disregard, meaning that if you're enrolled in the Jobs Plus program and you do receive an increase in wages, it's disregarded from your rent during the life of that program or that grant. And so we are approaching our second year at Lincoln Heights with this program. So we got a few more years to go. But we're happy with our success so far. Choice Endowment Trust. Towards the end of the Choice Neighborhoods grant, we petitioned HUD to receive the remaining dollars, put them into an endowment trust, and so we can continue serving residents, Wheatley relocated residents to East Meadows 1, East Meadows 2, and Wheatley Senior. So we have a resident service coordinator and education specialist out there providing services. That program ends in 2017. Our Connect Home SA program.
2027.
I'm sorry, 2027. Yeah, you got me.
It can't be 2017. Am I the only one listening here?
I'm trying to get everyone out by 5. So the Connect Home SA program, this is our digital inclusion and equity program. Very important because we know that technology is advancing at an exponential rate, and there are some folks that still do not even know how to use a computer. And so as technology advances, they will be left further and further behind. And so with our own discretion, with our own MTW funding that funds this program, we're doing everything we can to distribute as many devices as we can to people and to get them digital literacy. And then and Joanna in our IT department, it's a three-legged stool, Connect Home. It's devices, digital literacy, and broadband connectivity. So Joanna has one leg of the stool, we have the other two. Resident apprenticeship program. So before the pandemic shut down, we had a resident ambassador program that included 28 resident ambassadors, which assisted us at properties, gave them an employment opportunity, albeit part-time. We pivoted during the pandemic and made it a resident apprentice program where we had only 5 residents on the payroll, but we gave them more focused time and attention. We are looking now in this budget season to potentially pivot back to the resident ambassador program because we do need resident ambassadors out at the sites helping us do our work. Resident councils, I presented to you last time. Since last time, we did complete elections at Lewis Chatham. We are in the process of elections at Via Trancasey, and we're doing lots of outreach, nominations process at a lot of different sites. And so we are picking up steam and momentum. As you heard during the internal audit presentation, we have fixed the process, and we're about to begin it of redistributing those tenant participation funds to resident councils so they can begin taking control of their own fate out at their own communities. Next slide, please. And we do lots of events and resident activities throughout the year. Annually, we have the Mother's Day event, the Father's Day event. If you were at the Mother's Day event, you might have saw Ed out there dancing mariachi with some of the residents. We had a Father's Day event, typically around the holidays. We play a big role in San Antonio Neighbors Together. A lot of the big, huge events that you saw were primarily coordinated by CDI staff in collaboration with public housing staff. And so, and then also other activities in collaboration with our public affairs department, and so we do that year round. A funding overview, this is more of just a crosswalk comparison of our federal self-sufficiency programs. I won't take too much time, but you can see that our FSS grant term, that's an annual grant. Ross is 3 years. EDS is not a grant. Jobs Plus is 5 years. And you can see, compare and contrast how they're different. As you can see, our EDS is focused primarily on housing self-sufficiency, while the other 3 are on economic self-sufficiency. Next slide, please. Self-sufficiency program funding, yeah, we covered that. So the next one. So, grant management, this extends beyond CDI, but because we deal with grants, we often compete, apply, get awarded grant money. We're in the grant business, and so the grant manager for the organization lives with us and helps out all the other departments in applying for grants because she's been so successful at it. And so over the past year, we were awarded $8.9 million in grants, including everything from lead-based paint for public housing and lots of other things that I can't even remember because they don't pertain to me. Next slide, please.
Wait.
Yes, ma'am.
One of the things that I think would be really helpful is if every 3 months we got a list of the different grants that we're getting, because that really informs us of how busy you are and the kinds of things that are going on that are not matter of fact. I think just having listing of the grants and giving it to us would really be helpful.
Just walked in, we'll make sure it's included in the financial report, a list of all the grants that we receive.
Yes, it is. It's in the grants report.
Okay.
I can show you in the financial report where it is.
Okay, thank you.
So we talked about tax credit supportive services, partner property owner funds, choice endowment, we talked about that, and digital, okay, this is a little redundant. Next slide, please. And then the rest of it is just a breakdown of our staff, in case you're interested of what the structure of the department looks like. Next slide, please. Next slide. And questions.
The total size of your staff, Joel, in CDI?
54 employees, 31 of which are resident service coordinators.
And how
So-
many grant funded?
Well, about half of our funds come from grants, and
Yeah.
the other half is funded by ourselves.
Yeah, well, 31% of employees, I did the math earlier, I'm sure it's here, but I know it's 31% are funded by MTW, but so anyone who is not grant funded in our department, well, let's put it this way. So the grant gives you a certain amount of money for a certain amount of staff, including supervision, this, that, and the other.
Right.
So we say, no, we are going to maximize use of this grant for all resident service coordinators and anyone anyone added, including assistant managers, director, assistant director, or support staff, were MTW funded. That's about 30% of our total staff compared to the grant funded. Now, the rest of the MTW money that's being spent, that's not on those salaries, is for everything that we do for our residents that grant funding doesn't give us funding to do. And so we do all of those events that I talked about, and lots of other things throughout the year. We are the MTW fund department. And so anytime, even if it's not something directly out of CDI, but is for the organization, the holiday toy distribution, things like that, where Ed says, hey, let's go ahead and use MTW dollars, it comes out of our budget. It hits our budget. And so that's why that $2.1 million is for all of the things that we do for our residents.
And you name it MTW funds, Ed, because they're additional or separate, or how do you name them MTW funds?
It's considered part of our MTW agreement, so it's a block grant. The funds that are excess are part of.
So we're getting a block grant for MTW activities?
For everything like public housing, Section 8, capital investment, and then we also use part of it to fund Joelle's department.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I'm sure that there's so much in CDI that it would be impossible to talk about in a half hour. But if at any time you guys have any questions, you want to know more about anything, you want me to elaborate, feel free, and I'll come back and focus on.
We'll invite you over.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Joe.
Yes.
Jobs Plus, are they allowed to get another grant after 2025 when it ends?
Yeah, but not at the same property. So we've had it at Alazan back when it was a pilot program. Ayana actually ran it back then when she was in CDI and did such a great job that they invited us back for another grant, Casiano. We did that one, and so now we're on our third, which is Lincoln. And so after this one, we've hit all our big three properties. And so it's not likely that I'm not saying it's not likely, but it'll just be the next smaller property down.
Thank you.
Item 13, or rather, number 12, with regards to the calendar.
Okay, so I'll keep this brief. Y'all each should have a calendar at your place. I wanted to make sure everybody had a hard copy. So this is the proposed calendar for 2023. What we did was try to keep the first Wednesdays for board meetings and the third Wednesdays for committee meetings. However, we did have to do a few exceptions, and I just wanted to point those out. The first one is in February for the committee meetings. We had to move that meeting 1 week out due to a scheduling conflict. Okay, so when we put these dates together, we looked at NARO, CLAFA, FADA, everything we could, and also including religious holidays, to make sure that when we gave you this, we looked at every potential scheduling conflict. Okay, the second conflict is in April. So April 3rd, I know you don't know this, but it's a Monday. So normally we would have had that board meeting on the 5th, which was that Wednesday, but that's a major religious holiday, so it's the following Wednesday. So we are proposing to have it on that Monday, on April 3rd.
Oh, okay.
Okay. The next one is May 10th. So for the board meeting in May, we're proposing to move that out 1 week, and that's due to a scheduling conflict. And then the last one is September 27th. We've also moved that out 1 week, so that would be the committee meetings due to another scheduling conflict. So those four were the only ones where we weren't able to do the first Wednesday and then the third Wednesday. Okay, So providing this in advance, if anybody has any conflicts with these items, you can contact Ed, and he'll let us know.
Okay.
And I'll ask Marisa to send out calendar
Yeah, she sends
invites
out
so
the
that
invites.
it gets on your calendar.
Okay. Any resident concerns? No? I was getting ready to say no.
I do have one question. I received a call from some people at Parkview this week or a few days ago. Their hot water was down for 2 days. It's cold. I really think maybe that's happened quite a bit there. Maybe I'll need to look into the boilers or something there and make sure that.
I want to recall, if my memory serves me correctly, that was a planned one because we were switching out and doing some work. So I want to say, and Joelle has already left, I want to say that one was a planned kind of outage and we notified the residents. If it's not that one, there's another one because we're doing some work to the systems there. But I could be wrong on that one.
Okay.
But I'll confirm that, but.
And I'll call to find out if they were notified about it.
If it's that one, because I know we have some major work going on at some other properties, and I know that there's one coming up where I got clarification from the team whether the water was out the entire 8 hours versus just hot water, and I want to say it may have been Parkview if my memory serves me correctly.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
You're welcome.
That's all.
We have a couple of reports that are on the deal. You've already received them in your packet, so we can just review that. Doug, can you read us into closed session, but we'll adjourn from closed session?
Correct. Yes, sir. The board will be convening in closed session to consult with its attorney regarding master planner contracts under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code. The time is now 5:04.
Recording stopped.
Oh.
Recording in progress.
Meeting has been adjourned. The time is now 6:17.